So welcome everyone to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Solutions from the Frontlines and the Protection and Defense of Human Rights and Nature. This is an inclusive space across all identities and the gender spectrum. My name is Osprey, Orielle, and I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, or WECAN, and I'm on Coast MWEC lands in the San Francisco Bay Area, a guest here in California. And as we open this gathering, please be welcome to introduce yourself in the chat. Some of you have already been doing that with your name and where you're from, and it's been really exciting to see names from Sri Lanka to Bolivia to Germany to Hawaii and Iceland. So we really are a global gathering here. Before we start, I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that this is really a very challenging time for many people. And I want you to know this is a space where we are welcoming all of you to be together from all over the world. Please know that WECAN is here for you and that you're not alone and that we send you our love and well-being. And as part of this assembly, we recently released our call to action to governments and financial institutions worldwide from all of us collectively. And we did it during this time of the United Nations General Assembly, which is the last time governments are meeting before the important climate talks in Glasgow. It's a powerful call to action. And with so many of the demands that we've been talking about for decades in our movements. And we're going to put that call to action in the chat so that you have a link to that, you can read that. And you're also welcome to sign the call to action, which we will also be presenting at COP26 in November. I was mentioning earlier in preparation for the live stream that yesterday we had a really powerful session on feminist frameworks for climate policy and what are false solutions to the climate crisis. So all of that has been recorded, and you can check out our Facebook page to hear from the speakers that presented yesterday, because we're building day after day in the 6-day event. And today I am really excited about this upcoming panel. And I want to welcome this outstanding group of leaders who are presenting on the first panel of our day, divestment movements for stopping fossil fuels and deforestation. And I want to thank all of our presenters for their vital work and leadership, which is really tremendous. Many groups are organizing for strategic campaigns to call for divestment, to stop pipelines, fossil fuel infrastructure, and extraction at the source, and to stop supply chains that lead to deforestation. At WECAN, we've been very honored to work on divestment campaigns with many of the speakers on this panel, and also to co-direct the Indigenous Women's Divestment Delegations with Michelle Cook, who I'll be introducing in a moment. And one of the goals of the delegations is to provide a platform for Indigenous women leaders to meet face-to-face with representatives of banks, insurance companies, and asset managers to really expose injustices and directly share with these entities exactly how their fossil fuel financing violates human and Indigenous rights while also driving climate disruption. So this link of divestment from bad actors around deforestation and fossil fuel extraction is key to us creating the space to build the world that we know is just and livable for all of us. And we found this to be not only an effective strategy for gaining advocacy results, but also a vital and powerful process for women as they reclaim spaces to seek justice and truth as they speak to these different financial entities. And I'm glad to say that these delegations have borne critical results in divestments, education, policy changes, and investigations, including institutions removing hundreds of millions of dollars off the table. So really the key takeaway here is that we need to urgently stop the flow of money to the fossil fuel industry and companies engaged in deforestation commodities, and instead have financial institutions invest in renewable regenerative energy and community-led solutions and respect Indigenous rights. And this is what we're all really fighting for. And to support the framing of this conversation, we wanted to start with a short video that shows one aspect of this work. There's many aspects, but this is one component we wanted to share with you. So if you would go ahead, Catherine, and show this video, and then I'm really honored to introduce the speakers and have them guide us through the work that they're doing. Thank you.
The decisions you make as Credit Suisse and the Swiss people affect those of us downstream from your actions. You sit here comfortably in your privilege, while our communities bear the risks of your investments with our very health, our lives. We face a future without clean water as you reap your dividends and returns. What do you as Swiss people hold sacred? To us, water is life, to all of us. I request that you directly answer my questions now.
Thank you. I will answer your question that I said at the end when everybody has spoken. And the next speaker is Monique Verda.
I'm a shareholder and I request that you answer our questions individually.
Thank you very much. I'm the chairman who runs this AGM and I decided I will answer at the end, which is my right, and I have to live with it. Thank you.
I'm here to let the investors know in the Kinder Morgan Pipeline Expansion Project how directly affected we are and how many times that we have opposed this project. We've been marginally ignored within that process, and the consultation that we had required has not been.
Can you guarantee me and my nation that you will no longer have business relationships and provide finance for Kinder Morgan Company?
We are here today to let Credit Suisse and all the other banks that are financing these projects that we have not given our consent, that we find water and clean air and land to be critical infrastructure, not pipelines. We're all citizens of this planet, and what happens in our homelands will affect the people here in Switzerland.
For over a year and a half, we have tried to pursue all legal avenues possible, petitioning our state and federal agencies to conduct environmental impact studies, yet we have been unheard. And our resistance to this corporate colonialism that is tied to carbon extraction is growing, especially during these times where corporations are influencing our government to pass laws restricting our rights. What changes has Credit Suisse made to its due diligence and risk assessment processes following Dakota Access Pipeline?
Investing in a company is just that, whether it's project level or corporate level financing. We need you to stop financing these dangerous companies. Two of the banks our delegation also met with, UBS and DNB, who we provided the same exact information to, chose not to renew their credit facilities with ETP. Yet Credit Suisse has taken no action and has made no statement.
Not once in these calculations of profits is the loss of Indigenous peoples' culture on this planet mentioned as a risk. Credit Suisse has a choice to do the right thing. So until then, Indigenous peoples will continue to wage and escalate a mass globalization, calling for accountability of Credit Suisse in the financial industry. We will call for divestment, we will call for a boycott, we will call for the sanction of Credit Suisse for these Indigenous human rights violations by these oil companies that you are supporting by any and all means necessary.
I ask that the Swiss people stand with us. I ask that you hold Credit Suisse accountable and say no. No, we will not fund these projects that are hurting people and committing human and Indigenous rights abuses.
So very powerful work that is going on, very serious work that's going on to really change the corporate structures that are destroying our earth and not respecting human and Indigenous rights. So I think it's a good way to start with the reality of what we're facing. And with that, please let me introduce these amazing leaders. First, we will be hearing from Michelle Cook, who is Dene. She's a human rights lawyer and founder of Divest, Invest, Protect from Turtle Island, or the US. Then we'll be hearing from Hannah Griep. She is a human rights campaigner from Banktrack in the Netherlands. Then we'll be hearing from Casey Camp-Horneck of the Ponca Nation. She's an environmental ambassador, and we're very honored to have her on our WECAN board, also from Turtle Island, the USA. And Leila Salazar Lopez, she's the executive director of Amazon Watch from the USA. And then we will be hearing from Natalie Isaacs. She is the founder of 1 Million Women from Australia. And with that, I'd like to hand the floor to you, Michelle. Thank you.
Well, yat a Michelle Cook in the share, Hanagaf ni Michelin, Bilagana Basis Chin, Twobahi Dash a Bilagana Dashnale. My name is Michelle Cook. I'm born of the One Who Walks Around You clan of the Dene Nation. And this is how I identify myself as a Dene woman. I'm so thankful to be here today to share this platform with WECAN International and all of the incredible speakers who have given their time for us to learn, to share their wisdom and their expertise. Also, a big thank you to the WECAN team for the marketing of this event, for the time that has gone into curating the online aspects of this learning session. So thankful for WECAN. And, you know, it's been since, 6 years now that Osprey and I have worked together in this journey for justice and healing and accountability. And I'm so thankful that, 6 years later, 7 delegations later, 7 countries later, 30 some Indigenous peoples later, 30 some Indigenous students later, that we're still here standing for justice and standing for accountability and for a reckoning of what the financial industry has done to Indigenous peoples, not just in the past decade, but for centuries and millennia. I think the work that we've done has been incredible in highlighting what are the human rights of Indigenous peoples, what are the roles and responsibilities of financial institutions and states to protect those rights, what are the frameworks and rights around corporate financing. What is corporate financing? How does corporate financing impact Indigenous people's rights? What is project financing? How does that impact Indigenous people's human rights? And so these are questions that we've really tried to bring to the foreground of the discourse of Indigenous people's human rights and extraction. And not only have we brought these conversations through, but we're really using a particular methodology. Critical legal studies and critical race studies informs the methodology and practice of how I practice human rights. And in both of those theories, we understand that it is the narratives of Indigenous peoples, the narratives of the oppressed, the wretched of the earth, as some scholars have said, that it's these voices that have the power to transform the hegemony that we have experienced. And so I think as we go forward in this journey of divestment and focusing particularly on Europe's role in the resource extraction and colonization of Indigenous peoples historically and contemporary, we're able to track from there the origins of imperialism. And so I think as we're continuing to go on this journey, what I suggest for all of us is to maintain a historic, materialist, historic context in what we are doing, right? And I consistently say this to my students and to my partners, what is a fossil-free world if Indigenous peoples and Indigenous women are still considered second-class citizens? Because we cannot have the climate justice that we need until and unless Indigenous peoples are given our full measure of human rights and humanity on this planet. And so it's not only a material issue of divesting and moving money, but it's a very deep psychological questioning, right, of history and asking ourselves fundamentally, who has the power to define who will be considered a financial institution? Who and what forces gave the World Bank or the IMF or any of these financial institutions which impact our life, who gave them the power to do that? Has it been through our consent? Or has it been a system that has been imposed on us as if it's normal, as if capitalism and this way of doing economy is unquestionable? And so again, when we look at why Indigenous peoples are so important, we also know that it was Indigenous peoples' economies, that it was our societies, our political, economic, social structures that sustained civilizations and peoples for millennia, for eons, without bringing ourselves to an Anthropocene moment where we're staring down the barrel of climate change and our own annihilation. So we have to heal that wound of how we understand ourselves in relationship to the universe, how we redefine our kinship, how we redefine our economies. And so all of that is a very deep process of decolonization. And I think what we see most on the surface is, you know, the divestments that are happening from bad projects. But in fact, what we need to do is to go much deeper and to really unsettle that history. And part of what I'm researching and what I'm working on now is really tracing and looking at the nexus between the early colonization of America and the financiers of early colonial America. And even the United States. The United States was created from a company, from a business. That's the true origins of the United States. But where do we hear that myth? Where do we hear that? You know, we're told about there's a separation between church and state, but never have we been told that there would be a separation between state and business. And there has never been in history a separation of state and business. It has always been one. And when we are challenging corporations and we're looking for corporate accountability, we have to understand those origin stories, those birthing stories of what these corporate entities are. How did they come to be formed in order to really transmute them and change them and create something completely different, you know? And this is the hope I have. This is some of the research that we're engaging with students at the University of Arizona and elsewhere. And I encourage, you know, anyone who's here who wants to continue to learn more about divestment or business and human rights or the history of colonization and finance. If these are areas that are interesting to you, seek out WECAN and myself so that we can set up more opportunities so that we can learn about this. I think, you know, as I'm going forward in this journey of financial accountability, it's increasingly important to teach what knowledge we have and to pass on that baton to the younger generations, to people who are going to be carrying on this knowledge, not just the work, but also the theory that informs why we do what we do. And so we do that at the University of Arizona and with a program called the Indigenous Human Rights Defenders and Corporate Accountability Program. And I think you can learn more there. Finally, I would also say that it's very important also with divestment to not only see the fossil fuel element of the conversation. And though I know that that's incredibly important, we also have to see it in terms of imperialism as well, and to understand that industries such as the US military industrial complex is also one of the largest contributors to climate change, in addition to the fossil fuel industry. So we need an equal level of advocacy and attention and resources to go to divestment struggles that are occurring to Indigenous peoples on, for example, the US-Mexico border, which now has been overrun with experimental technology that is used to police Indigenous peoples and Brown people's bodies disproportionately. And this is very dangerous technology in the form of integrated fixed towers that is currently being deployed without the consent of Indigenous peoples on our southern medicine line. And that's a struggle that grassroots people in Tana Autumn, like Ophelia Rivas from Tana Autumn Voices Against the Wall, has been working on. And she recently created a report that we'll link in the chat regarding some of those calls for divestment that she's currently making regarding the border wall. So I'm so thankful to be here. I'm happy to learn more. And again, thank you all for each of your time here and for everything you're bringing to the conversation and to the discourse of Indigenous peoples' human rights.
Thank you so much, Michelle, and really appreciate your analysis and the depth of your research and our understanding that as we work to dismantle these systems, we need to understand the origins of them so that we can create something different in a new, healthy economy that centers Indigenous and human rights and Mother Earth rights based on very different ideologies that are not around extraction and patriarchy and colonization. So thank you for that really in-depth analysis, and so deeply honored to work with you. And now we're going to go to Hannah Griep. Thank you.
Yes, hi. Thanks so much for inviting me to speak on this panel. It's an honor to speak alongside the other women on this panel and on the event as a whole. I think I did have some slides. I'm not sure if perhaps they could be shared, but I can go ahead and the slides can kind of join me as I speak. Today, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the work that BankTrack does engaging with banks, particularly on an initiative level, on topics such as climate change, biodiversity, and human rights. If you could click to the next slide, thank you. To begin with, I thought I would give a brief overview of what BankTrack as an organization does. BankTrack's mission is to stop banks from financing harmful business activities, to promote a banking sector that respects human rights and contributes to just societies and a healthy planet, and also to support fellow civil society organizations and local groups in their engagement with banks. We run a number of different campaigns which facilitate this mission, some of which I'll touch a little bit upon today. Next slide, please. Our focus at BankTrack is on private sector commercial banks and the activities that they finance around the world, and we conduct our work in four main ways. Firstly, we track the involvement of banks in financing business activities with negative impacts on people and the planet, and we make that information on that finance widely available in the public domain. We engage with banks both individually and through various initiatives that they've set up, which I will actually expand a little bit more on later. We also campaign both online and in the streets, using engagement and public pressure in cooperation with our partners around the world in order to stop banks from financing specific projects, companies, or high impact sectors, and also to bring about more ambitious and effective sustainability commitments from banks. And finally, we support other civil society groups and community organizations from around the world, providing assistance through things such as financial research or helping develop divestment campaigns. Next slide, thanks. One of the ways that we have found is very effective in engaging with banks is through an initiative level. It can be effective in seeking change not only with individual banks, but also within the financial sector as a whole. And part of my role here at BankTrack is to coordinate our work on the Equator Principles. For those of you who may not be familiar with what they are, these are a social and environmental risk management framework that was set up by the banks back in 2003, and it now has approximately 120 signatory banks. They're actually one of the oldest set of principles of their kind, and they're widely referenced by banks in relation to projects that they provide finance for around the world. They set out some basic requirements that signatory banks and their clients must adhere to when providing project-related finance, including things such as ensuring stakeholder engagement is conducted, ensuring project-level complaints mechanisms are in place, and also that things such as greenhouse gas emissions reports are published for high climate intensive projects. Although there does remain many pitfalls in these principles, we still see the potential for engagement with the signatory banks and the Equator Principles Association to be influential in pushing the financial sector in the right direction on the important issues of climate, biodiversity, and human and indigenous rights. Next slide, thank you. The principles fairly recently went through a revision process, resulting in a new iteration that made some minor improvements. One of the most important updates was actually in the preamble. Signatory banks committed to supporting the objectives of the Paris Climate Agreement, whilst also committing to respect human rights in line with the UN guiding principles and supporting conservation. So we at BankTrack and also many other organizations who work on this took this as an opportunity to engage with the banks on how they plan to fulfill these commitments, and also use it as an opportunity to highlight the hypocrisy that they're portraying in committing to such things whilst they continue to finance the fossil fuel sector and other harmful projects around the world. Next slide, thank you. Unfortunately, signing up to the principles has clearly not been enough to stop these banks from financing the fossil fuel industry. On this slide, you can see just 4 examples of climate destructive projects that Equator banks have financed since the Paris Climate Agreement. Not only are these projects exacerbating climate destruction, they also all have severe impacts on local communities. These projects displace millions from their land, they pollute water, land and air, they violate indigenous rights, and in the case of Mozambique LNG, it's actually surrounded by terrorist threats in the region. It's not acceptable for any bank to be financing these projects, but especially banks that have signed up to the Equator Principles, given the commitments that they've actually made to respect human rights and align with the Paris Climate Agreement. In a recent analysis conducted by BankTrack, the results of which are published in late October, we actually found that Equator banks have reported to have financed nearly 200 fossil fuel projects since the Paris Climate Agreement. And those are just the projects that they've reported to have financed. It doesn't include the countless other harmful projects that we know they financed, but they've failed to report on. Next slide, thank you. So what can we do about any of this? Alongside all the other amazing work being done both locally and internationally to pressure both the fossil fuel companies and those banks providing finance to them, we can engage with the banks directly. Earlier this year, together with WECAN, BankTrack organised a set of 3 workshops between civil society representatives, Indigenous women, and those people who work at the banks. We focused on the 3 main areas that were mentioned in the preamble of the principles themselves, and we provided information to the banks on what is expected of them on climate, human and indigenous rights, and biodiversity. We had approximately 80 people attend across the 3 workshops, and at least 31 banks were represented in these workshops. And we had pretty high levels of engagement from the banks. People were asking specific questions on what due diligence should look like. How can banks ensure that free, prior and informed consent is being conducted properly, and what more they can do on the ground in situations where human rights violations are occurring. These workshops provided a unique forum to have open discussions with banks so that together we can find a solution to the problems that they're facing in living up to their responsibilities. Next slide, thank you. Whilst this was a great first step, we clearly have a long, long way to go. We're all too aware of the current climate and biodiversity crises that we're living in, and the banks don't have enough time to sit and wonder on what needs to be done. We plan to continue this engagement with the banks and push for them to pick up the pace on this. In order to be the authoritative environmental and social risk management framework that the Equator Principles Association says that it wants to be, they must make more meaningful movements to address these crises and ensure that human and Indigenous rights are protected throughout the transition. That's all I had today, but I'm very happy to take any questions and eager to learn from others on this panel. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Hannah. And it's been a real honor to collaborate with you, and also Michelle, and Casey was also involved in that. There's been a lot of engagements that we have collaborated on to meet with the banks, as Hannah said, and it's a very important space. They're very challenging meetings, but it's also very important that the banks directly hear from impacted communities so that they're not isolated in their offices, making decisions and writing things off on their checklist and not really doing any due diligence or understanding how real human beings on the ground are being impacted. And I'm going to hand the floor to Casey in a moment, but I just wanted to put into the chat before I do. It's very important that people understand free, prior, and informed consent as outlined in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, because those violations are going on every single day by financial institutions not respecting those rights as they have agreed to. So I just want people to have that background on FPIC, free, prior, informed consent that was mentioned. And in the chat, you can learn about the work at BankTrack, and there's a lot of links we've put in around divest, invest, protect from Michelle's work, and also you know, I think I'm going to sign up for one of Michelle's classes. So anyway, there's also ways to continue the work there. I'm very, very honored now to bring Casey Camp-Hornick from the Ponca Nation into the conversation. Thank you, Casey.
Oklahoma. Good day. My name is Judy. My colonized name is Casey Camp-Hornick. I'm here in the occupied territory of Oklahoma as a result of our forced removal. I'm a member of the Ponca people, Nudahanga, Wiwita, Ponca Parata, the leader of the Women's Society here. And more importantly, most importantly, I am a companion mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, a sister, an auntie, a descendant of powerful women and men that I'm grateful to allow me to be here with you today. I want to say thank you to Osprey and Catherine and the entire WECAN crew, the interpreters, the speakers who came before me, and the ones yesterday that were so powerful. I also want to say thank you to my ancestors for giving me the knowledges to help us to come together at this critical moment. And maybe most importantly, I want to say thank you to the sacred water. And I ask her to stand witness to the things that are said today and to what is necessary for you and I to be doing together. So I listen to you and I learn from you, and I'm grateful for that. But it also brings me to a state of awareness of where we are as a species here on this breast of our Mother Earth, nursing from her, being nurtured by her, being given breath through the winds, being given the sacred water that is the milk of her breast, being given the food that we eat, that comes from the corns and those with their feet in the ground. Being able to eat from the forelegs and the fins. And it helps me to come to a place of real basic understanding that maybe needs to be where we are right now. They call it climate chaos. They call it climate change. They call it many things that have been brought on by the behavior of humans. And we're at this space right now where we have to be able to begin with those basic understandings that these things that they call re-society, who has set a standard of behavior since the doctrine of discovery and in their own territory before that. The doctrine of discovery allowed them to come onto these territories from the red quadrant beginning up in the Arctic Circle down to the tip of Chile where the red nations live. And not to recognize us as a functioning portion of nature that has lived with complete societies that were both political and structured within the society of matriarchy and patriarchy being balanced within the structure of our spirituality that was taught to us by our mother, the earth, and given us life from that portion. And all of the necessary ingredients to be able to be a functioning society. And when they came on this territory, they saw things that they wanted, and they used their religion as a way of removing us from all of those natural ways of being. And those are the things that we, as now called environmentalists, are bringing back to you. They may come in the forms of the way that Michelle is being able to tell you about the financing of this way of being that they bring with them with this doctrine of discovery. They may come from the way that Layla's going to talk to you about the living force that is the lungs of the earth, as well as many other places. And they may come in the form of Osprey, gathering us together to give the information that we're sharing, or Hannah, trying to help something. But what I want to say is that the action has to happen now. That all of the words and all of the deeds that we're talking about need to be followed immediately within our own territories, within our own homes, within our own hearts and spirits, with action now. Our species is on the brink of extinction because of the behavior of certain ones. I think that when we talk about human rights, that is a good starting point that did start some time in the centuries past. We are now to the point of having to say rights of nature, which is something the Ponca Nation has entered into, the understanding that we actually have to put into law the understanding that we have had since the beginning of time, since the beginning of the Ponca people, and with other indigenous people, it's the same way, that we are not separate from nature, that we are part of nature. And unless we respond with the proper protocol within the sacred circle of life, by saying, yes, those that with four legs have a right to exist, those that live in the waters and the water herself and the air itself and the fire, all of those things that are now creating this thing called climate change are part of a purification of earth, because the earth will endure. Will humans continue to be part of this sacred cycle? That's up to us to decide. When they became expendable to humans, when insecticides, pesticides, aquacide began to happen, and the killing of the waters by damming it and pouring those extractive industries poisons into her, and for that matter, extracting the sacredness of the water and the oil from the earth where they began and where they belong, began to be part of our norm, is when we started down a road that has to be made into a U-turn by you and I. We have to begin to talk about those things that they call a circular economy. We have to begin to say right now that all of those false solutions like carbon taxes, carbon trading, nature-based solutions, net zero, are only prolonging the extractive industry's hold on all life on Earth. We need to be able to call out environmental genocide like the Ponca people are experiencing. We need to be able to say that those corporations and the heads of them and those that are in the banks that are financing them and the insurance of those companies are mass murderers. And they're mass murderers in the form of not only the human toll, but on all life. And human rights are dependent on us also recognizing the rights of nature and not feeling as if that we are a separate entity. So I'm beginning to, actually it was when I was with Osprey for the first time that I met her, and that could have been 2011. And 100 women came from around the world and talked about what was necessary. And that's what we need to say to each other. We are the women that live in our communities. We are the rebalancing of this what has been called a patriarchal approach to life in the last several hundred years. So what is it that we need? My way of understanding that I was taught is we start internally. What is it that you need? And you ask for that and you start looking around. It is always clean air, clean water, a healthy earth, the fire being where it belongs and where it needs to be. And all of those things are happening naturally. The air knows where to go and how to build a storm and bring the waters down where it's necessary if it isn't polluted and messed with. The water knows where to go and how to behave and what it needs. The forelegs the same, those with wings the same, those with fins the same, and I could go on and on. So it's only me, it's only the human that's out of balance. From there, then I should step out and see the needs and understanding of my family, my community, the area that I live, and beyond that. And every place that I look, it is the same. It is the human behavior that is out of balance. So when we look at this country saying build back better, we can't just ask for that. We have to look at it in a global way, as you and I are gathered today from around the world. Look at our neighborhood and make that change happen now. Make that change happen fast. We're in the process of also recognizing the rights of the two rivers in our area, knowing that if those rivers' rights are recognized, then in turn, all living things, including humans, will also benefit by recognizing what is correct in this world. Critical time, that's all. We're in a critical time. Solar flares are happening today. The Father Sun is sending out these messages. The Mother Earth is speaking. The winds are growing stronger. The droughts are stronger. The floods are more. The storms are bigger. The hurricanes come on. There is a voice that is beyond the voice of yours and mine, that is trying to come into our consciousness and give us direction. And the direction that I understand right now is action. Action. Whatever we need to do, it has to be now. We've the
Oh, thank you, Casey, so much for that powerful message and clarity. It's really deeply appreciated. We honor you so much as a leader for all of us and a voice of the earth herself, really. And thank you for really presencing the crisis that we're in and the urgency to act. And it is why we're gathering together as a community all over the world right now of women and two-spirit and gender diverse leaders to to know that we're in a crisis that cannot wait. So thank you so much, Casey, for that and grounding us in that urgency to act and to do everything that we can. Everything is at stake. So thank you very much for that and your powerful words. And I'd like to now hand the floor to Leila Sarza Lopez, a dear loved friend and colleague. Leila, please have the floor.
Thank you, Osprey. Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Yes, thank you so much, Grandmother Casey, for your words, your reminders. It's just helps center me. I think it probably helps center and remind us all why we're all here this morning and this day. My name's Leila Salazar Lopez. I'm Chicana Latina. I am calling in from Ohlone Territory here in the San Francisco Bay Area in California. Many of you may have been hearing about the fires in California and the fires in the Amazon rainforest. Our planet is on fire. Unfortunately, our planet, our Mother Earth, as Casey reminded us, is hurting. And it's hurting because she is hurting because of the actions of humanity. But I do strongly believe, as Casey said, that we still have time to turn this around if we act now. And so I'm just so grateful to be here today amongst all of you women here on the panel and all of the women who are listening in from all around the world. It was very inspiring to hear and see so many wonderful women leaders and sisters yesterday. I'm excited for this whole week. And it really is, just reminds me of, what our sisters from the Amazon say and the proposals that they have come out with very, very recently in their historic Indigenous women's mobilization that just took place in Brazil, where they say, the women, we are the cure of the earth. We are the ones who will turn this around. We are here to reforest the minds of humanity. We are here to reforest the forests who are deeply in need of that restoration, protection, and defense. And for those who didn't get to hear from Sonia Guajajara, our leader, our sister yesterday, please follow APIB in Brazil and their new initiative called Reflorestando Mentes, which means to reforest your mind. And, as a mother, as a woman and as a mother, I feel a great, great responsibility to do all I can at this time, knowing what I know, knowing what we know. We have a huge, huge responsibility to create a better world for our children, for our future, for all humanity, and for all life. And that is really the work that I do at Amazon Watch. As Osprey mentioned, I'm the executive director of Amazon Watch, and we are a nonprofit organization based in California. And we do international work to protect and defend the Amazon rainforest in solidarity with Indigenous peoples, who are the best protectors, the guardians, the stewards of the world's largest and most biodiverse tropical rainforest on our planet. The Amazon is on fire. The Amazon is in a state of emergency. And I've been thinking a lot about, all the fires here in California and When our state is burning, our governor and the government declare a state of emergency, and all action is taken to try to stop the fires from harming more forests, more animals, more property. But in the Amazon rainforest, those fires aren't wildfires. They're intentionally set. They are set on fire to burn and destroy the rainforests, indigenous peoples' lands, to take indigenous peoples' lands without their consent, and to destroy the forest to make way for agriculture, agribusiness expansion, to make way for industry. And that is what we're working to stop. This destruction, the deforestation, the fires, the extraction, oil, mining, all of these threats threaten the forest, and they threaten the biodiversity, and they threaten the people who have been protecting the rainforest for thousands of years. And so we stand with them in their call for a state of emergency, because the Amazon is in a state of emergency. It's at a tipping point. And, we used to hear from scientists decades ago, and they said that, when the rainforest is deforested and degraded to about 40%, it will reach a tipping point. But they are now saying that the Amazon is about 17% deforested and degraded. But when it gets to 20% and up, the ecosystem will collapse. And I know that is a very doom and gloom thing to say. And it's very close. And so we need to do everything that we can at this time in the next month as we get to COP26. At COP26, we're not asking for climate action, we're asking for climate justice. That's why we're here today, and that's why we're going to COP. Those of us who will have the privilege to go, we have a huge responsibility for the world to set our global leaders straight in what we have to do. And so we're standing with indigenous peoples who are calling for the state of emergency to protect 80% of the Amazon rainforest by 2025, not 2030, not 2050. That will be too late. That will be too late for the Amazon, and we know we need to protect the Amazon to protect our climate and to protect the future of life on Earth. So we are working on an initiative called Amazon for Life, protect 80% by 2025 to avert the tipping point. And it's a declaration of a state of emergency by indigenous peoples. They launched this last month, or it's still this month, seems like a month ago, earlier this month at the IUCN World Conservation Congress. And I'm happy to say that the members of the IUCN, which include now for the first time indigenous peoples, nonprofit organizations, conservation organizations, the private sector, corporations, and government, they voted to on a motion to protect 80% by 2025. And now we have to put it into action. I'm not sure how much time I have, but I will say a few.
Tiny.
Okay, I will just announce one of the ways that we can protect 80% by 2025 is by calling for corporations and financiers, investors, to not invest anymore in any Amazon oil and gas. Just this last week at Climate Week, we launched a new initiative called Exit Amazon Oil and Gas. So an Amazon exclusion policy. We know that many banks have already said they're not going to drill, they're not going to invest in the Western Amazon, in the sacred headwaters. Well, we need that to be across the Amazon. No more investing in Amazon oil, gas, And I will extend that to any kind of extractive industry. We're calling on banks like BlackRock, the biggest investor in climate destruction, to stop investing in Amazon oil and gas, to Amazon crude, and also agribusiness, mining, any destructive industry that is threatening the Amazon and threatening the forest defenders. So I'll put a couple links in there. Oh, they're already doing that. And I will just end by saying, let's all stand together to defend, to protect, to defund, and decolonize. Thank you, sisters.
Thank you so much, Leila, for those very powerful words. And yes, we've dropped the link for the 80 by 2025 report and the campaign. And thank you for that. And, you know, to just tie everything together, and then we're going to go to Natalie Isaacs, is we need to understand that action now means many things happening at the same time. And I think that's something that women are really good at, which is we know that there's a web of life and many things are going on all at the same time. So it's a matter of that groundwork where we're seeing our sisters putting their bodies on the line, getting shot with rubber bullets right now to stop line 3, combined with going after the banks and getting them to stop being bad actors. You know, the march that Leila mentioned of, there was like 4,000 Indigenous women that marched in Brazil. It brings me to tears to think about that, traveling from all over. Some years ago, actually, Leila and Casey and I went for your International Women's Day, marched in the streets of Puyo. So from the streets, the women are marching, to the banks and the asset management firms. We are marching to the COP. We are marching because this has got to stop. This has just got to stop. And it is from these patriarchal, colonized, destructive forces. And so I really call to the warriorists and everyone who's listening in to realize, like, you know, it's time for the sword and the rose. We're protecting the rose of life, but we need the sword out there. And it's a combination of all these activities. So please jump in any way that you can, because it is a crisis and there's no time to wait. So thank you, everyone. Getting fired up here. We're going to go to Natalie Isaacs, who it's 3 o'clock in the morning there. So she sent us a video, and it's a very different message because there's lots of different entry points. She has a short video, and then we're going to go to a little bit of discussion. We have a little bit of time for that, so maybe we could do a quick round with everyone. But let's go ahead and show the beautiful video from Nat Isaacs. Thank you, Natalie, for joining us.
Hello, I'm Natalie Isaacs. I'm the founder of 1 Million Women, and I'm speaking to you today from Gadigal country, and I pay my respects to the elders past, present and future. I'm here on the northern beaches of Sydney, and it's really wonderful to be part of this incredible event. Thank you. You know, so before I started 1 Million Women, I used to be a cosmetics manufacturer. I was that for 24 years, and so my life was really different. I was a contributor to climate change, and in perpetuating consumerism, I manufactured fast fashion cosmetic brands for all the department stores in Australia. And really, all I cared about was getting my product off the shelf into the trolleys and through the checkout. And I really did witness this crazy world of overconsumption because I was part of it. So for me, climate change was, you know, somebody else's issue. I was detached from it. And I thought that I was just one person, and really, what can one person do to make a difference? But the very short story is that I had an epiphany and I changed. And I did something ridiculously simple for that to happen. I got our household electricity consumption down by 20%. And when I saw the bill and that I had saved all this pollution and money at the same time, I realized I was powerful and that everything I do shapes the world. And in that moment, I took ownership of the issue. And then everything changed. I started 1 Million Women a little over a decade ago because I wanted to reach women and girls, that were like I was, disengaged for whatever reason, and I wanted to bring them along the road of empowerment. And our focus is really specific. We mobilize women and girls to take action on climate change through the way that we live and through the choices that we make every single day. And now 1 million women is a movement of over 1 million women and girls from across the globe. And our theory of change is that, action that has a result propels you to the next action and the next. And it helps you find your voice, and it builds your confidence and resilience. And it takes you from inaction all the way through to using your vote and your influence of others and demanding more from those not acting. And so a big part of our work at 1 Million Women is focusing on women's economic power, and particularly around our banking and our super funds and other financial institutions. And it wasn't until actually 3 years in at 1 Million Women, and when I thought that I was the climate warrior, that I had changed my life and was doing everything, that I realized that my banking and super fund that I was with were actually investing in the fossil fuel industry. And I thought, how counterproductive is that if we at 1 Million Women, talk about and focus on the love of Earth, and we work hard to cut pollution out of our lives and use our vote and let our banks and super funds use our money to invest in fossil fuels. So we have spent the last 4 or 5 years, building this story and educating and empowering our community to do something about it. 4 years ago, when we sent out a survey, when we first started this, we realized that actually that it was at the bottom of the pile. But for people were not thinking about it, and we had to really elevate that to the top of the agenda. And last year, we started a campaign to get 10,000 women to switch to those financial institutions who are investing in renewable energy. And it is a key theme for us and for the work that we will be doing over the next couple of years. It is one of the biggest things that we can contribute to climate action. As part of this story, we also focus on what it means to be a different consumer. Women are powerful consumers, and we can use that power in the marketplace. We now control 1/3 of the world's wealth, and that is trending up. And so imagine if we use that power for the good of the planet. And, as consumers, we have a huge role in shifting this story. If you left my product on the shelf to gather dust, it would have sent a message directly back to me that you didn't want it. It's that exchange of dollar that's so important. That dollar we either don't spend, or if we spend it, does it support local? Does it support small? Is it lifting somebody up? Is it supporting an Indigenous or First Nations brand? That exchange of dollar is so important, and we need to be thoughtful and kind consumers. This is the defining moment for the world, and it needs us all to do whatever we can wherever we are. And so I just wanted to end off on and just asking everybody to take a moment at some point over these next couple of days to visit the 1 Million Women Facebook page or our website or our Instagram. We are building our movement. We need another 1 million women, and we need you. But I would love you to go to our Facebook and to see our anthem, which is at the top of the page. And our anthem is called You're the Voice. And its words really resonate. It's for women, for the world, and with a simple message that only climate action gives us climate hope. And I just wanted to read the chorus to you right now. It's This time we know that we can all stand together with the power to be powerful, believing that we can make it better. You know, those are the words for this moment in time. Never ever underestimate the power that you have as one person, the power that we have as a collective doing what we can where we are to change the world. Thank you so very much, Osprey, for having me.
Thank you so much, Nat, and we send love to you in the ether world for joining us and reminding us what we can do directly, because as mentioned earlier, this is multifaceted. There's the engagements with the banks, there is engagements on the ground on the streets, there's the engagements at the climate talks, and there's the engagement in our own daily lives of how we bank and how we move our money around. So it's multifaceted. We do have a few moments before our next panel, and I would really love to just have Michelle, Hannah, Casey, Layla, just the four of you. We have very little time, and I know it's really hard in these spaces because actually I would love to be in this conversation for hours. It's just like sort of the hors d'oeuvres before dinner, but we have other panels coming up, which we are very excited about. But I would love if you could just give us, like, you know, your final closing comments or thoughts, just a minute each of you. If we could go to Michelle, then Hannah, then Casey and Layla. Michelle, please, if you'd give us just some closing thoughts as we close the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm really thankful to be here. You know, I always learn a lot from these dialogues and the curation that WECAN is able to put together for these events. I think going forward, you know, what I hear and what I see also resonating is that message of, you know, looking beyond the, you know, colonial frameworks that we all have been using to some degree, and really trying to break out of that, and, you know, including what the rights and responsibilities we have, you know, to, you know, the spiritual universe, the web of life, to the earth itself. And I think Casey really talked eloquently about, you know, that relationship and building back that paradigm of understanding that is so critically important to bringing back that balance between ourselves and the planet. And I'm really thankful to hear about the 80 by 2025 campaign, and really want to be able to support that, and very thankful for that work that Amazon Watch is doing. And I'm just really thankful to be here, and I look forward to continuing the conversation with all of you in the future, and how we continue to build this conversation, how we continue to work together to improve, to build our unity and our alliances stronger, you know, across our nations, across genders, across the classes, across the races, to build something that is intersectional and that has the power to transform these institutions towards justice. So just please stay in touch, and, you know, let's continue to have those conversations and learn from one another. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Such an honor to have you here with us. Really deeply appreciate it. Thank you. And let's go to Hannah for a few moments of closing comment.
Yes, hi, thank you. I think today we've heard some really powerful things from the other speakers on this panel, and I know that there's been really powerful speech yesterday, and I'm sure in the coming days. And I'm very honoured to be part of this congregation of women talking on these important issues. I think, you know, from the perspective of my work and our work at BankTrack here in the Netherlands, we see that the financial institutions have a lot of learning to do. We have to take the time to teach them things, but also at the same time we need the pressure on them to make the changes that are necessary, and we don't have a lot of time to do that. I think the incredible work that the Indigenous women around the world are doing in bringing their stories to the banks is so incredible and influential, and I just thank them for sharing those stories. I'm sure it must be it cannot be easy to do that, but really the work they're doing is amazing, and we do see changes happening. We see minds coming around to our thinking within these financial institutions, but more needs to be done, and it needs to be done now, as Casey, so powerfully presented. We have the chance to make a difference, but we need to act now to do it. So thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Hannah. And just for folks to know, Hannah and I are in the process of conjuring up our next set of workshops. We're going after the bank soon. Michelle and I are working on other things. I mean, this is happening now, like we're in it, and there's serious dialogues going on right now with many financial institutions. Not to mention that we just delivered our from 120 organizations representing millions of people around the world. They just got all the banks a major call to action from all of us, telling them what's on the line here. Casey, please, the floor is yours. Thank you, Casey, so much.
Thank you, Michelle and Hannah, Osprey, Layla, and all of the other women who have joined in prayer here. Monique, I saw you briefly as well. It's to gather all of these thoughts together into one huge impetus, that we know that energy follows intent. It's our intention as women today to bring together in one incredible movement of prayer that leads us forward. All of the energies from our Mother Earth, our Father Sky, and all living beings to enhance a way forward so that we can live. When we talked, Hannah spoke a moment ago about those entities within the banks and within, those are just human beings. Those men who are the head of those corporations, those are just human beings. And they're making the wrong decisions, and someone has put them in that position. Someone empowers them every day. And we need to recognize that the powers that are going to endure are the powers that have always endured. And that is the power of the earth to renew herself. That is the power of the moon mother to establish the rhythms of the universe within the woman, within all living things, within the mother ocean, to create a new day. That is the power of the breath of the Father Sky. Those are real. The others are constructs that we have given power to as other human beings. And we need to be very clear in that understanding. There's a young woman, I assume a young woman, almost everyone is to me, named Tina, who over here in the chat has asked that, saying many young people have marched and they're kind of fizzled out. Well, we don't get to fizzle out, number one. That's not even in our vote. We want something for the 7 generations to come to have life and be here. We have to stay strong. Maybe a way of nourishing that connection to our Mother Earth is to be out there, establish those youth camps, as so many of us have done and attended, where you're having your meetings out on the earth herself, paying attention. Find those sources of clean water where someone can dip their hand in there and really experience the life of the water. Silence the mind and the mouth for a little. Feel them deep in your core. Understand that, again, and this goes back to my relatives in the Amazon that I learned so much from, as well as my Gwich'in and you, is that we're not here as big protectors of nature protecting itself.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Casey. It's such an honor to be in your presence and to hear your wisdom and strength and leadership. Thank you very, very much. And Casey will be joining us again on day 6. So you have another opportunity. She has graced us with more of her time later on this week. Thank you, Casey. And I will give the final word shortly to Layla. Thank you, Layla.
Thank you, Osprey. Thank you for all your work to bring us all together, really. And I think that's what I really am feeling right now, that we have to come together. We have to unite as women and gender nonconforming, and with the youth. You know, I was out on Friday with my daughter and her friends on strike for climate justice. And, you know, I had a lot of work to do that day, a lot of calls I had to be on, but I said, you know what, it's important to be out with the youth. And I could tell you that it restored my spirit to be out there knowing that we work hard, but we have future generations that are coming, that are here, and they're warriors from Mother Earth. And we're not alone. Sometimes we do feel alone when we're sitting here in front of our computers on so many calls and doing so much work. But we're not alone, here together with the youth. And I'll just say one last thing about, you know, the work to protect the Amazon the support needs to go directly to the indigenous peoples. I almost feel like that doesn't need to be said, but it does, because people say, you know, well, you know, if we're not gonna, you know, how do we actually support that? How do we fund that? And I say directly. You fund the indigenous people directly. You know, we're going into this COP and a lot of talk about climate finance and, you know, net zero commitments and pledges and commitments to governments. Well, in the Amazon, a lot of those governments are actually still allowing oil concessions on indigenous lands without their consent. So don't give the money to the governments, give the money directly to the people. And they have the solutions. We have the solutions, and they need to be supported directly. So thank you all.
Thank you also. Thank you very much, Layla, for that. And, you know, just to echo Layla, I think that's really great. And we've been putting links in the chat directly to Indigenous organizations that are on the front lines. We'll continue to do that, really support that. Resourcing the front lines, resourcing Indigenous peoples in the Amazon and all over the world is a key component. It is a climate solution, and it is action now. So thank you for that good point. And I want to thank the panelists for this really rich and powerful and necessary conversation. And I wish you all a good day, and we will continue onward together. We are sisters, two-spirit, gender diverse, working together. Thank you, and have a good day. And I want to welcome our next session. Thank you all. So I'm really excited about welcoming this incredible group of leaders who are presenting on this next panel, Building a Healthy and Thriving Future, Food Sovereignty. And I want to thank you all for your critical work and leadership in this vital field. In many regions globally, women farmers are feeding the world and are central stewards of seeds and agricultural biodiversity. They hold vast knowledge and skill gleaned through their traditional role as healers, cultural shapers, and caretakers of water and land. And around the world, women and femme leaders are securing and growing food and medicinal herbs for their communities and supporting a sustainable path forward, and really building towards resiliency in their communities during these multiple crises of climate, colonization, and now the COVID-19 pandemic. And through their efforts, they're working to preserve and propagate plant knowledge, developing sustainability, community, and local economies as we really learn how to navigate the Anthropocene, saving seeds and being rooted in the land. And I think it's really, really important to have this conversation because as many of us have been talking about all day yesterday and today, when we talk about the right here, right now, it's where is our water coming from? Where is our food coming from? And how are we going to survive these, the ongoing crisis? It's not going to stop tomorrow. So, bringing this really close to home of how we take care of our families and our communities around food and water and forest and land and seed. And I have the honor of now introducing the presenters in the order that they are going to speak. A really incredible group of leaders. First, we're going to be hearing from Ernestine Legecki. She is the founding member, board chair, and Women Empowerment Officer of Cameroon Gender and Environment Watch, which is in Cameroon. Then we will be hearing from Monique Verda. She's from the Huma Nation. She is the director of the Land, Memory, Band, and Seed Exchange, and she is also WECAN's Indigenous Food Sovereignty Program Coordinator. Then we'll be hearing from Yun Jem Soon. She is a former member and international coordinator committee of La Via Campesina, an advisor and former president of the Korean Women Peasants Association in the Republic of Korea, which also reminds me, for those of you who may be just joining us, if a speaker is not speaking in the language that is yours, you can click at the globe at the bottom for translation and select the language of your choice. Then we'll be hearing from Eugenia Vigil Escalera. She is the field team and social and economic development of Indigenous Mexicans from Chiapas, Mexico. Then we'll be hearing from Kahea Pacheco, who is Kanaka Awi from Hawaii. She is the co-director of Women's Earth Alliance from Turtle Island or the USA. And then we will be hearing from Leonida Odonago. She is a coordinator for Haka Nawiri, Africa, and she is from Kenya. And we're just really honored to hear from all of these amazing leaders from around the world. And with that, I'd like to hand the floor to you, Ernestine. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Osprey, Orielle, and greetings to everyone. I'm happy to be part of this forum from Cameroon. And precisely, I'll be talking from the northwest region of Cameroon, from the Kilum-Ijim forest area, where we're into conservation, livelihood, thinking about climate, and thinking about gender equality. As you rightly said, I'm one of the founding members of Cameroon Gender and Environment Watch, and I'm presently the board chair. And at the same time, I'm working as a women empowerment officer in my organization, which I think that it is a huge responsibility and it is a challenging responsibility for me. Our work surrounds a mountain forest, a forest where traditionally women were not given the opportunity to take part in forest conservation and to take part in various livelihood opportunities. And I think that this has been one of our breakthrough in the Kilum-Ijim forest area, working to make sure that we bridge the gender gap, while we conserve the environment and while we promote livelihoods. Traditionally, women were not allowed to be part of forest conservation. And women, as I said, were not given the opportunity to raise income for themselves, to have good education, and they were limited just to domestic issues. And I think that this is something that the globe or the world needs to look into. Women need to be given the voice. Women need to be given the position to act accordingly. Our work in Kilum-Ijim Forest since 2007 till date has proven that climate change is felt more by the local communities. And these very local communities, they are at the forefront to reach our climate mitigation targets. And if we have to do that sustainably, women and youths, especially the girls, need to be included in this struggle to end the climate emergency. And so in CAMJU, we believe that sustainable solutions to climate emergency must be very, very inclusive. And so we also think that we need a holistic approach to this. Over the years, we have been working with the local community, and through our advocacy and our lobbying activity locally, we have been able to bring women on board to be part of forest regeneration, which as of date, we are proud to say that we have planted over 100,000 native trees and bee-loving trees to regenerate the Kilum Ijim forest. And in this, women take part in seed collection, nursery development, women take part in tree planting, women take part in monitoring the health of the forest, women take part in bushfire prevention. But then, natural resources are a very rich resource to every community. But then we were worried because poverty hits hard in these local communities. And amongst the women and the girl child, it is very, very far more than what we can imagine. So we saw that for the community, and especially the women, to value the forest, which is a wonderful gift that God gave mankind, they need to see the benefits of the forest, and they need to take active part in its management and its conservation. So we trained women and youths in bee farming. Bee farming to us is not only about a business, developing a local enterprise, a green economy. It is also about conservation. It is also about promoting gender equality. Through training women, men, youths, and everybody in apiculture, the whole community realized that the forest can bring in a lot of income. It might be interesting for us to know that honey from our forest is certified by African Intellectual Property Organization as a geographical indication product. And so it has markets nationally, locally, nationally, and international. So when women started carving their apiaries inside the forest, they saw the need to plant more bee-loving trees. And so indirectly, they have been regenerating the lost forest that we have had. And this is the power of the woman. These are strategies that we think that should be promoted. And all these strategies need all of us to talk, to go to the COP and tell the world that women are instrumental in conserving the forest. Women are instrumental in developing green economy. And when we talk about climate adaptation, women are very, very instrumental, and they need to be supported. Their capacities need to be built, and they have to, we have to understand that without the woman, first there is no mankind. So it is, this is the experience we have had in the Kilum Ijim forest area. Now, one of the challenges we had there is bushfire, which destroy so much of the forest and destroy a lot of the beautiful biodiversity that we had. But coming again to apiculture and the income that is raised from this activity, the community, including women and youths, saw that it is important to take care of their beehives and take care of the bee-loving trees that they plant. So the communities engage in bushfire prevention. And it is thanks to this apiculture, which is our strategy for conservation and gender promotion, that for the past 4 years, we have registered 0 bushfire. These are activities that are possible thanks to the interest of the woman in taking care of the forest. And so local women need to be promoted. Local women, their voices need to be heard. And the capacity of the leaders that are leading these women also need to be built so that they can lead the women the right way, and so that they can bring more women to speak for themselves and to stand up for what is theirs. Around the forest, crop farming takes place. And this is also an issue that should be considered when we talk about climate change, when we talk about conservation, when we talk about forest regeneration and the local people. The first job in my community of a royal woman is her farm. She goes to her farm where she gets food and where she finds most of her solutions, and most of them do it out of passion. But then, because of poverty and lack of other opportunities, most farmers around the forest peripheries fell down the trees to increase their farmlands. And this has been one of the challenges that we as an organization and I as a woman has been trying to work with. Agroforestry is a noble way of conserving the soil. It is a noble way of increasing food production sustainably. With our agroforestry training, we introduced forest farmers, especially women, in various techniques that help to increase crop production and sustainably conserve the soil. With this technique, more food has been produced around the Kilum-Ichin forest area, various food crops, and the food value chain is being developed by the women. So many women take part in cultivation of the crops, transformation of these crops to various other locally available food that made the food of the local, that made the needs of the local people. So these are things that for a forest or for climate change to be sustainable and effective, we need to know that it is not only about planting trees and taking care of the trees. It is also about looking into the livelihood of the communities in the forest area. And this cannot be complete without the voice of the woman. This cannot be complete without the action of the women. This cannot be complete without thinking about the future, the youths that are there today, which the girl child is the future woman. We have to build the capacity of the girl child. If the girl child is into farming, she needs to understand that tomorrow she will not be there, but the land needs to be there to continue feeding the population, continue feeding the community, continue feeding mankind. This has been our experience in the Kilum-Ichin forest area. And so from my organization, we believe that climate mitigation is important. Adaptation strategies to climate change is also very, very, very important. We have had the pandemic, the COVID-19, which has been a concern to all of us all over the world. And it has hit every community and every household in one way or the other. COVID-19 has brought a lot of challenges, especially to the women. Domestic violence, like in my community, is on the rise. And there are other ills that women fall victim to. But my organization, drawing from indigenous practices that promote good health, build immune system, and going back to our very forest, we have trained so many women to gather medicinal plants from the forest and meet the health needs of the local population. And today, we have groups of women who go to the forest daily and gather medicinal plants. Farmers too have developed plantations of medicinal plants like Artemisia annua and even Artemisia afra and other medicinal plants that the population go back to on a daily basis to meet their health needs. Of course, we know that we are in the tropical zone, and tropical illnesses like malaria is also a great challenge. But then our medicinal plants are used locally to fight against these diseases and to keep the people healthy. This has been possible in my community thanks to the woman. And so the world should know that the livelihood of us all depends on the capability of the woman to stand strong and raise her voice. It depends on how well we build her capacity. It also depends on how well we see the woman as a partner in development and partner in livelihood. Because I and Ernestine think that it is time for us to stop talking and then start acting. This is very important for climate change to to be halted, it is very important to hear the voices of the women. And it is very important to know that the girl child of today is the future woman of tomorrow and is the future leader of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments, Ernestine, and for the beautiful and strong work that you are doing, because it is on the ground, and that's where so many of these changes need to happen. Thank you for your work. And with that, I would like to bring Monique into the conversation. Monique, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Ernestine. It's really inspiring to hear about your work and the forest and the women. My name is Monique Verda. I'm here today on the western edge of the Mississippi River Delta. But home for me is on the southeastern side. We just 3 weeks ago, I don't know, time's been a little bit blurred, had a major storm that came in with 180 plus mile per hour winds. Didn't push as much water as we've seen in the past, but complete devastation. And the eye of the storm came up into what is called the Yakni Shudo, which is where my Homo relatives have been able to have a sense of sovereignty at the ends of the bayous. We are just as much land people as we are water people. So when I speak of the kind of food sovereignty work that we've been doing, which feels very land-based, I'm reminded in this moment that seafood and the estuaries and our ability to maintain sovereignty because of food security has meant everything for our people of the past and for our people of the future. I started a project years ago called the Land Memory Bank and Seed Exchange because I recognized that there was no space that was being held for folks to talk about what was happening here in the Delta. We're losing land at one of the fastest rates on the planet. The statistic, which is, a little bit wonky, divided over time, multiplied by disasters, but the statistic is that every 100 minutes, a football field is lost from our coast. And this, is just ongoing and keeps happening. Land loss, I've been thinking of it a lot lately in that, yes, we've lost land since colonial times, got pushed to the ends of the earth, essentially, and now we're losing land in another way. And that land loss comes, of course, because sea levels are rising, but also this is a place where oil and gas was found early on in the 1900s, and in our coastal territories, it's in the 1920s when the oil and gas men came through for extracting and creating miles and miles. Over 10,000 miles of canals have been dredged through our wetlands. So all that being said, just wrestling with what do we do? How do we maintain our relationships to these places that are disappearing, and also the plants of those places. So in the middle or right when COVID was happening, WECAN contacted me, and I was in communication with an intertribal network of women and non-binary folks here in the Delta, and we just started working to create food and medicine sovereignty systems of support. And so since that time, we've been able to install 3 greenhouses across the Gulf South, one in Florala, Alabama at Hummingbird Springs, Old Muskogee territory, one in Hattiesburg, Mississippi near the Shada, and then also one in Homa, which took a little bit of a beating, but is still holding strong. And the way that we've been thinking about all of these the greenhouses, but also a network of gardens, is that they all belong to the same body. They're just different parts of the system. The reason why I'm here on the western edge, I'm a little bit homeless right now because of the damage from the storm, but also just recently acquired a piece of property in a place called Prairie des Femmes, which means women's prairie, which is here. And the story of this place is that I'm here on the Bayou Teche, which is the oldest part of the Mississippi River, and in this part of the world. But this is between Attakapas Ishak and Appaloosa indigenous territories. And this prairie was known as a place where women and children would go to in times of men going off to hunt or in times of war, and it was always the safe, neutral grounds. So it feels really, in this moment where we're wrestling with, how do we adapt? Where do we go when we have to run? How do we make sure we're holding on to our plants and that we're moving the plants around and we have them in different banks? And, if I lose, my home and my home garden in the southeastern part of the Delta, I know that my sister has what was growing on my land too, and we can continue to grow. So, these times are really, really have been really hard. But I think that, just as Osprey was saying, in times of disaster, we are in the climate chaos dance now. We've been saying it, we've been warning it, we've been feeling it, and now it's just going to continue. The real beauty in those moments, in this moment, is that we have community, that we do have each other, that we do have the plants that are going to take care of us, that carry the medicine that our ancestors knew were good for us, and people told us they were just weeds. So this relearning and reconnecting is so important right now. And also, to identify, like, when a storm comes in, all of a sudden, what is most important? Oh, do I have water? Where is my food coming from? Where am I going to use the bathroom? That becomes a real issue. And now at this point in our time of evolution, do I have an ability to communicate? Do I have Wi-Fi, or do I have some sort of radio system? So those things, and thinking about these networks of support and thinking about how we can have places to retreat to in good times and in bad, and to prepare, to know that this is not the first storm that just came through, Hurricane Ida, and her wrath went all the way up the northeastern seaboard, which is just like devastating. But yeah, not the first, won't be the last. And we have a lot to learn and a lot to share, and the plants and the communities that can grow and thrive and be well around that is so crucial and so important. So I just want to extend also gratitude to WECAN for pulling together amazing human beings who are doing such inspiring work and believing that that it is possible for us to dream and to build the worlds that we all deserve. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Monique, for your powerful words. And we wish you well. I mean, literally being in the Gulf South is, every time I talk to Monique, she's literally darting another disaster. And, it's serious. And I just really admire the spirit in which you are doing this, because, as you say, it is going to continue. And you're teaching all of us, how to maneuver in this incredibly, quickly changing landscape that we're living in. And it's very, very, very important and very, very real. So thank you for your good words. And now we're going to hear from Yun Gwem Soon. And again, just reminding people about the translation. Thank you, Yun Gwem Soon. We give you the floor. You need to unmute.
안녕하세요. 저는 한국의 여성농민의 회원이고요. 유기농 농사를 지어서 소비자들과 같이 연대를 하는 소농이기도 합니다. 그리고 전 세계 소농들의 조직이 비아카 베트남하고도 일을 하고 한국의 평화 통일을 위해서도 투쟁하고 있습니다. 세계가 처한 지금의 기후위기, 또 팬데믹 같은 감염병의 위기, 종다양성의 위기 등 여러 위기로 전 세계가 전 세계에서 기아로 고통받는 사람들이 증가하고 있고 또 빈곤이나 폭력이 증가하고 있고 미래 세대는 생존을 걱정합니다. 이러한 위기들은 각자 다른 여러 가지처럼 보이지만 하나의 맥락으로 이어져 있다고 볼 수 있고요. 소극적 기업들이 지금까지 신자유주의를 주도해 왔는데 이것은 이제 한계에 도달했고 실패했습니다. 소극적 농식품 기업들이 지금의 식량 시스템을 만들어 왔죠. 그리고 그 식량 시스템으로 인해서 위기가 촉발됐고 기업들은 위기 속에서 더 많은 돈을 벌어왔습니다. 이제 기업들은 녹색 자본주의를 얘기를 하고 있죠. 이걸 대안이라고 거짓말을 하고 있습니다. 그린 뉴딜이라는 정책으로 기후 스마트 농업에 대한 지원을 통해서 기업들은 또 돈벌 금리를 하고 있습니다. 이것은 진정한 대안은 아닙니다. 세계가 처한 위기의 진정한 대안은 바로 식량 주권을 실현하는 것이라고 할 수 있습니다. 식량 주권은 생태계에 안전하고도 지속 가능한 방법으로 생산된 건강하고 문화적으로도 적합한 식량에 대한 나라와 민중들의 권리이며 민중들이 자신의 고유한 식량과 식량 정책, 식량 농업 생산 체계를 결정할 수 있는 권리입니다. 전 세계 농민들이 이미 25년 전인 1996년에 식량 주권을 정의하고 실천하고 투쟁해 왔습니다. 식량 주권은 기업의 요구가 아니고 시장이나 기업의 요구가 아니고요. 생산과 공급, 소비하는 사람들의 열망과 요구를 식량 체계와 정책의 중심에 자리매김시키고 다음 세대의 이해를 반영하는 것입니다. 또 식량 주권은 현재와 같은 기업적인 무역과 식량 체계를 해체하고 저항할 전략을 제공하고 있습니다. 또 지역적인 생산자와 사용자가 결정하는 식량과 농업, 목축업과 어업 체계에 대한 방향을 제시합니다. 식량 주권은 토지와 영토, 물, 종자, 가축, 종다양성을 사용하고 관리할 권리가 식량을 생산하는 농민의 손에 있음을 보장하고 모든 민중에게 공정한 수입을 보장하는 투명한 무역과 식량과 영양을 관리할 수 있는 소비자의 권리이기도 합니다. 식량 주권은 남녀, 민족, 인종, 사회 계급, 경제적인 관계, 계급, 세대 간 불평등과 억압으로부터 자유로운 새로운 사회적 관계를 의미합니다. 특히 식량 주권은 여성의 참여와 여성의 권리를 존중합니다. 백감피 신화가 정의한 목표는 기업식 농업, 문화의 표준화, 무엇보다도 생산성 중심의 농업, 또 단작화 농업 착취 모델에 반대하는 분명한 전략을 가지고 있습니다. 백감피 신화가 식량 주권을 정의하고 구축하고 투쟁한 25주년을 기념하는 올해 유엔은 국가 정상과 대기업, 민간기업, 다국적 기업 및 농기업을 위한 정상회담을 열고 있습니다. WEF와 관련 기업들이 설계하고 이끌어가고 있는 유엔 식량 시스템 정상회의는 유엔마저 초국적 기업들에게 좌지우지되고 있음을 보여주고 있습니다. 포용적 다자주의 붕괴가 정부 간 심의와 권한도 없이 유엔의 최고 부처에서 조장되고 있다는 지적이 나오고 있습니다. 초국적 기업들은 WTO와 다양한 형태의 FTA, IMF 등을 통해서 저비용 농업 생산과 생산 모델을 지배를 위한 구조조정을 강제해 왔습니다. 또 상품화된 농산물의 더 많은 국가 간의 이동을 위해서 관세 철폐를 아주 공격적으로 실현해 왔습니다. 이런 농업 생산 모델과 자유무역의 증대는 탄소 배출을 증가시키고 기후위기 촉발로 이어졌습니다. 더욱이 각 나라에서 농업이 파괴되고 농민들은 빚더미에 올라앉거나 토지와 그들이 영토에서 쫓겨나고 이주하고 때로는 자살을 택하기도 했습니다. 인도에서는 지난 30년간 40만 명이 넘는 농민들이 자살했습니다. 신자유주의는 민영화와 사무양을 통해서 국민국가를 약화시켜 왔고 빈곤과 폭력으로 인한 사회의 범죄화를 남겼습니다. 많은 자유무역협정에는 ISDS라고 하는 게 포함되어 있습니다. 국가의 정책으로 기업이 손해를 봤다고 여길 때 기업이 국가를 직접 제소하는 것이고 이런 일들이 실제로 일어나고 있습니다. 이는 이 ISDS 같은 경우는 남성 지배로 상징되는 초국적 기업의 국민 주권 국가에 대한 도전입니다. 국민 주권 국가에는 다양한 성별과 다양한 사람들이 포함되어 있습니다. 이것은 이에 대한 도전이고요. 초국적 농식품 기업들이 생산과 농산업 식품 매장, 재고, 그리고 유통 및 가격 모두를 통제합니다. 기업식 농업은 국가의 주권보다 기업식 농업과 기업을 확장하는 이익을 위한 폭력과 농민 공동체의 파괴를 조장하고 있습니다. 식량 주권은 기업적 무역과 식량 체계를 해체하고 저항할 전략과 지역적 생산자와 사용자가 결정하는 식량과 농업, 목축업과 어업 체계에 대한 방향을 제시해 왔습니다. 식량 주권 실현은 2018년 유엔이 채택한 농민 권리 선언의 실현, 모든 사람이 영양적으로 충분한 먹거리를 안정적인 인권으로 향유할 수 있는 먹거리 기본권, 소규모 다양화된 농업 체계의 농생태학 실천을 통해 구현할 수 있습니다. 식량 정상회담은 농민과 원주민 운동의 참여로 수십 년에 걸쳐 구축된 영토 시장의 확장과 식량 프로세스, 다자간 포럼, 유엔 농민 권리 선언을 무시하며 식량 주권을 공격하고 있습니다. 정상회담의 전반적인 강조점은 어떻게 하면 새로운 기술을 통해 지속 가능하게 생산을 증대시킬 수 있는가에 있습니다. 그러나 디지털과 AI는 농민의 언어가 아닌 기업의 언어로 작동합니다. 넷제로와 자연 기반 솔루션의 아이디어를 기반으로 하는 행위자들은 자연의 금융화를 확대하려고 탄소 시장을 맹그로브 숲이나 해양과 농생태학으로 확장하고자 하는 논의를 해왔습니다. 이는 녹색 경제에 농생태학을 포함하는 프레임워크를 설정하는 것으로 매우 위험한 일입니다. 정상회담의 소위 다중이해 당사자 접근 방식은 기후위기와 식량 부족으로 영향을 받는 지역사회와 시민사회의 참여 기회를 제공하지도 못했고 의사결정 과정은 하향식이고 불투명했습니다. 정상회담은 기아 인구를 1억 1천만 명 이상 늘린 코로나19에 대한 대응도 식품 시스템에서 기업 부문의 역할과 책임도 다루지 못하고 있습니다. 이것이 전 세계 농민들이 이번 정상회담을 보이콧하는 이유입니다. 민중의 삶과 생명, 식량을 존중하지 않는 것이 문제이고 인권과 자연보호를 기반으로 하지 않는 여러 국제회의들은 대단히 우려스럽습니다. Food sovereignty now.
Thank you so much for your years of work and your farming, and also bringing us an international understanding of what advocacy work is going on, and how important that is for also farmers to have rights in these different spaces. So thank you for giving us that update and for your work in the world. And now I would like to ask Eugenia if you would please join us and to take the floor, Eugenia. Thank you.
Sí, claro que sí, muchísimas gracias. Pues partir por agradecerles muchísimo por la invitación hoy a WECAN, por este espacio para compartir
la palabra, el pensar, ¿no? Yo soy Eugenia, les hablo desde San Cristóbal de las Casas, Chiapas, y trabajo en DESMI. Y bueno, pues yo quería comenzar compartiendo la palabra colectiva de las mujeres zapatistas en el primer encuentro internacional, político, artístico, deportivo y cultural de mujeres que luchan en marzo de 2018, en donde nos convocaron las mujeres zapatistas y nos dieron una poderosa palabra que me pareció muy importante para compartir hoy. Ellas nos dijeron, y vemos, por ejemplo, esos árboles que están allá y que ustedes dicen que es bosque y nosotras le decimos monte. Bueno, pues sabemos que en ese bosque, en ese monte, hay muchos árboles que son diferentes. Sabemos que hay, por ejemplo, cote, pino, caoba, cedro, bayalté, muchos tipos de árboles. Pero también sabemos que cada pino o cada cote no es igual, sino que cada uno es diferente. Lo sabemos, pero cuando vemos así decimos que es un bosque o que es un monte. Bueno, aquí estamos hoy como un bosque o como un monte. Todas somos mujeres, sabemos que hay de diferentes colores, tamaños, lenguas, culturas, profesiones, pensamientos y formas de lucha. Pero decimos que somos mujeres y además que somos mujeres que luchan. Entonces, somos diferentes, pero somos iguales. Y bueno, esta potente palabra de las mujeres zapatistas en ese encuentro me parece sumamente importante de traer hoy, ¿no? En este tema sobre soberanía alimentaria, porque creo que estas tendencias a homogeneizar las semillas, los árboles, las culturas, las naciones, las lenguas, este sistema que nos quiere monocultivos, pues que hoy seamos todas y todos que estamos aquí, pues un bosque nativo. Y bueno, también quería pues poner algunos puntos sobre la mesa. Cuando hablamos de construir un futuro próspero, ¿no? Que tiene el nombre de hoy, de este foro, yo quería problematizar un poco esta idea de cuando hablamos de construir un futuro, porque creo que la soberanía alimentaria y las luchas que llevamos hoy, como ya se ha mencionado también a través de la Asamblea, es ampliar el presente, ¿no? Esta construcción colectiva de presentes en armonía con la naturaleza, de reciprocidad con la madre tierra, de una lógica solidaria, pero que esté anclada en este pensamiento desde lo cotidiano, ¿no? Decían una cotidianidad revolucionaria, ¿no? Y que ahí le da mucho poder a la práctica, ¿no? A también pedagogizar la práctica y seguir vinculando esta práctica y teoría que venimos construyendo entre distintos espacios, ¿no? Yo creo que la lucha por la soberanía alimentaria es también ampliar ese presente, ¿no? Que se construye hoy en lo cotidiano, que se siembra hoy este presente de defensa, de lucha, de dignidad, ¿no? Y como dicen en las distintas comunidades que desde DESMI acompañamos en la red de guardianas y guardianes de semillas nativas con comunidades celtales, choles, tzotziles de aquí de Chiapas, se dice, y también desde distintas redes en defensa de las semillas y del maíz, el maíz, las semillas se defienden sembrándolas. Entonces, bueno, creo que esta poderosa consigna amplía el presente, ¿no? Y nos da una visión distinta de una temporalidad no lineal, en proceso, un ir y venir, un aprender caminando, como dicen aquí los compas en Chiapas. Entonces, creo que es fundamental de seguir diciéndolo y compartiendo. Por otro lado, me parece importante puntualizar que creo que también hay que visibilizar que a veces el discurso del cambio climático desde la hegemonía puede ser peligroso y ahí poner nuestra atención porque homogeneiza las responsabilidades, ¿no? Puede haber un peligro también de ecofascismo, de acciones de un ecologismo burgués que dé soluciones individuales, superficiales ante esta crisis climática que estamos viviendo. Entonces, desde nuestra postura, desde aquí en Chiapas, tiene que haber una crítica estructural, ¿no? Anticapitalista, anticolonialista, antipatriarcal, de este modelo económico basado en la desposesión, en la acumulación por despojo, en el desprecio, en el racismo, en el machismo, la violencia, la explotación de las tierras y de la naturaleza, ¿no? Desde DESMI tenemos muy claro que no hay futuro ambiental, no hay futuro en nuestro país ante la crisis socioambiental si no se garantiza la autonomía de los pueblos indígenas y campesinos, ¿no? Así como su protagonismo en la toma de decisiones y caminar en cuanto al en torno al cuidado de la naturaleza, ¿no? Y eso implica asumir el reto de la transformación, el ser sujetas y sujetos políticos, el reconocimiento y la valoración también de la ciencia ancestral, que es otro posicionamiento político, como lo es la agroecología, ¿no? Un posicionamiento político. La soberanía alimentaria en este sentido también es una bandera de lucha, un horizonte político hacia el cual se va caminando, ¿no? De manera, ante un contexto tan complejo. Entonces, no solamente es porque el sistema agroindustrial capitalista es de las principales causantes de la devastación ecológica, sino también porque sin comida no hay resistencia, ¿no? Volvemos a este aspecto fundamental, que sabemos que quien controla la alimentación controla al mundo, ¿no? Y en ese sentido, quien controla las semillas controla la alimentación, y las semillas están en un riesgo muy alto de la privatización. Entonces, para nosotros, las semillas no son solamente bienes comunes, sino que nosotros somos semillas también, ¿no? Y esta postura desde la Red Mayense de Guardianas de Semillas y desde todo el diálogo permanente de ir construyendo con distintas comunidades, pone en el centro a la vida, ¿no? La armonía, la lógica de cuidados. Entonces, decir que nosotras y nosotros somos semilla implica también defender las semillas como, bueno, defender nuestro cuerpo como primer territorio, ¿no? La vida, la dignidad del territorio, y ubicarnos frente a un sistema de despojo y desprecio, de violencia contra los pueblos, contra las mujeres, de privatización, de despojo, ¿no? Constante. Entonces, es ir en una lucha contra una lógica de muerte a florecer en una lógica de vida, ¿no? Entonces, yo quería mencionar de manera muy breve, por respetar el tiempo también, los sistemas alimentarios que venimos acompañando desde distintos espacios tan importantes, ¿no? Que tiene que ver con el cafetal bajo sombra, que es impresionante la diversidad en la que habita, y que es una selva comestible en sí, y lo que representa el trabajo en estos espacios agroecológicos diversos, ¿no? La milpa, que es en sí misma una celebración ancestral de defensa del territorio, de ocupación del territorio a través de la milpa diversa, cargada de tanta espiritualidad y conocimiento profundo de defensa de la tierra, ¿no? El huerto, los espacios vivos de defensa de las semillas, que está vinculada, claro, a los usos, a los saberes medicinales de las comunidades, principalmente de las mujeres, y esta relación que hay entre la conservación de la biodiversidad y los saberes y los usos de estas plantas, de las semillas, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, la defensa de las semillas es tan amplia, tan cotidiana y tan diversa, que hemos estado analizando los distintos espacios que esto implica. En alguna de las asambleas se habló de los fogones, ¿no? Decían, hacer tortilla es defender el maíz, reconociendo también el trabajo de reproducción social de la vida que está históricamente vinculado a las mujeres. Y bueno, esto es algo sumamente importante, pero también no caer a romantizar la división sexual del trabajo. Entonces es un diálogo permanente en el que se va construyendo, en el hablar de la corresponsabilidad, en visibilizar estos espacios de trabajo que reproducen la vida y que son parte fundamental de los caminos hacia la soberanía alimentaria. Hablamos también no solamente de conocer los derechos, de exigirlos, sino el ejercicio de los derechos, el derecho que nace de las propias prácticas de los pueblos. Entonces, bueno, para nosotras creo que este trabajo de base, lo cotidiano, los trabajos del cuidado son fundamentales de visibilizar y seguirnos preguntando, ¿no? E interpelando por qué no se vincula lo cotidiano familiar con la lucha de defensa del territorio, que se visibilice como estratégico también el territorio cuerpo, el territorio casa, con los territorios tierra, parcela, como concepción de defensa de la vida. Y bueno, es un ir y venir de la palabra y de seguir construyendo juntas y juntos. Y bueno, pues nuevamente agradecerles por este espacio de compartir algunas ideas principales y seguirlas escuchando y aprender de ustedes en este espacio tan potente de nuestra palabra, ¿no? Aquí junta. Entonces, pues, muchas gracias. Ahí me quedo.
Thank you very much for your really powerful presentation, Eugenia. And we heard most of it. I don't want you to be concerned as you look in the chat. We heard most of it. We're having a little bit of a technical issue where your voice was overlaid with the translator, but we heard most of it really well. And thank you for your passion and your really powerful work. And just also a shout out because of the incredible work that's gone on with women organizers and farmers in Mexico with ousting Monsanto and some of this really incredible work that's gone on in organizing. So thank you also to all of that incredible work that, you know, a lot of the backbone of that movement was the women farmers. So thank you so much for all the work that you do. And with that, I would like to bring Kahea into the conversation. Thank you, Kahea.
Thank you so much. I have some slides if they can't. Oh, okay, they're there. Well, hello everyone. My name is Kahea Pacheco. I am Kanaka Oiwi from Mokuokeawe, or the Big Island of Hawaii. I use she, her pronouns, and I also serve as a co-director here at Women's Earth Alliance. And while our team is located all over the world, I'm at the moment in Huichin, Ohlone territory, in what is currently known as the San Francisco Bay Area. It's an honor to be here with all of these very amazing colleagues on this panel. I want to express my gratitude to Osprey, to Catherine and Ashley and the entire WECAN team for hosting this powerful assembly and this very important conversation around food sovereignty. Next slide, please. To give you a little background on Women's Earth Alliance, WEA is a 15-year global organization that trains, resources, and catalyzes grassroots women's networks to protect our environment and build safe and healthy and just communities now and for our future generations. Since 2006, we've worked at the intersection of women's rights and the environment, creating programming serving grassroots leaders around key environmental themes of climate change, water, agriculture, food, land, and energy. And over the last decade and a half of our programming, we've been very honored to be able to have supported more than 10 million people in 22 countries to implement environmental solutions across Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, the Americas, and Indonesia. Next slide. Around the world, our alliance leaders are saving indigenous seeds. They're selling clean cook stoves. They're launching sustainable farms, ensuring safe water, protecting land rights, and more. And through our grassroots accelerator programs, we provide technical leadership and advocacy training, as well as seed funding to support women leaders to scale their climate and environmental initiatives, building bridges across regions to unify their work and to connect to a global alliance of peers, mentors, and funders. Next slide. Our why, in terms of why we do this work, is really because for us it's a must. As ecological crises intensify, as we've heard from my colleagues on this panel, we know that because of interlocking systems of oppression and injustice, which we've all been talking about, women and children are hit the hardest. And around the world, women risk their lives every day just to ensure that families can access healthy foods, traditional foods, clean water, lands and watersheds on which to practice their traditional foodways, the energy they need to prepare those foods, and the right to do all of that safely. Women in impacted communities hold a cumulative body burden of pollutants that are in their immediate surrounding environment, that are in their food and their water, and could potentially be passed on to future generations. And women are often the mother of movements. We see that through the words and work of all these presenters on this panel, as well as in our lived experiences. And we also know that from these front lines, grassroots women leaders are best positioned to design the solutions our world needs because they have their fingers on the pulse of those community resources. And they are often the keepers and holders of those traditional foodways and traditional knowledge. Yet the women who step forward time and again to prevent the destruction of our lands and waters from pollution, from climate change, and from degradation, those who are practicing traditional foodways and are resisting the loss of traditional knowledge through remembering, who are standing against injustice, the aunties, the grandmothers, the mothers, the sisters, they face an uphill battle. Their bodies and health are threatened, their work is under-resourced, and their leadership is is at best stymied. So in partnership with both national and global organizations and networks, we co-design capacity building trainings where these leaders and their organizations are able to access technology, financing, mentorship, and a global alliance so that they have what they need to bring their solutions to life and to safely practice sovereignty over their foodways and more. And we do this because we believe that when women thrive, the earth thrives. When women's leadership is recognized, respected, centered, and amplified, children are safer, communities are healthier, natural resources regenerate, local economies prosper, regions stabilize, and lasting transformation takes root. Next slide. One of the ways we see grassroots women, and through them communities, being most deeply impacted is by food injustice and the oppression of foodways. At the same time, women are also powerfully positioned to move the needle on issues like food security, on climate change, human rights, and more, if their rights to sovereignty and ownership over their lands, resources, and foodways are recognized. For example, we know that if women smallholders receive equal farming resources and land rights, their yields will rise by 20 to 30%. They grow more food, feed their families better, and gain more household income. When women earn more, they reinvest 90% of the money they make, compared to 30 to 40% for men, into education, into health and nutrition for their families, and all of that stems from food sovereignty. On the other hand, chemical agriculture makes farmers dependent on outside resources that entrench them further into dependence and often into debt, stifling their food security and autonomies over their foodways. Our work ensures women are at the helm of transitioning to organic and regenerative farming practices that close the farming input loop and put the power back in the hands of the farmer, particularly women farmers. This includes a focus on seed saving and indigenous seed in particular to ensure that traditional foodways are respected and preserved. And food sovereignty is particularly important in the face of climate change. Many indigenous seeds are inherently resilient to climate shocks like drought and flood, and help keep control over food systems in the hands of communities facing climate change. Over the last decade, much of WEA's work has highlighted women's key role in protecting land, food, and indigenous knowledge. Our past and current training programs support women farmers in their work practicing regenerative farming, reviving traditional knowledge in indigenous seeds, securing their land rights, and building solidarity networks. And I wanted to share just a couple of examples with you of our work and partnerships and some of the strategies those partnerships have employed in their work toward food sovereignty and food security. Next slide, please. The first partnership I'd like to share is our Seeds of Resilience project in Karnataka, India, where we partnered with a women-run seed-saving collective called Vanashree, which means Women of the Forest. In a region where chemical agriculture and climate instability are destroying forests, biodiversity, and people's age-old control over their food sources and medicinal plant traditions. This initiative supports women farmers to promote forest-based agriculture and small-scale food systems through conservation of traditional seeds. In particular, the Western Ghats region of the state is a hotspot of food system biodiversity, of indigenous seed stocks and food forests, but it's one that faces just surmounting threats. The intensification of chemical agriculture has been devastating to the region's long history of plural, biodiversity-based, and ecologically sensitive agricultural and forestry practices. The changing and increasingly unpredictable climate has rendered the monsoons, which are one of the area's most essential ecological events, completely unreliable. Animal and plant species that have sustained people through thousands of years of floods and droughts are in jeopardy of extinction, and communities are increasingly vulnerable to hunger and poverty. And as primary guardians of their family's nutrition, of forest gardens, of indigenous knowledge, local women and women farmers bear the brunt of this crisis. Next slide. So working with Vanashree, the strategies we, so this is just a map of where the work is situated. So we go to the next slide. Working with Vanashree, the strategies we collectively worked on included household seed saving. The slide got translated. That's really cool. Household seed saving, cultivating, storing, and managing seeds, also being able to sell traditional seed varieties to farmers and seed banks through self-managed seed saving microenterprises. We prioritized community access to seeds, to supporting local women to establish women-run community seed banks. Home garden biodiversity and productivity was a huge component, training women and young people in traditional forest garden practices and regenerative farming, and intergenerational knowledge transfer. So supporting local women to hold trainings, group activities, and demonstrations for other women and young people to share traditional knowledge around regenerative farming and indigenous seed saving practices. Next slide. After participating in a year-long training, farmers went on to launch 7 community seed banks that increased seed biodiversity by 43% in the region. These seed banks act as a safeguard for preserving and storing critical seed varieties alongside the landscape that acts as a seed sanctuary itself. Seed biodiversity in these food systems are critical to advancing food sovereignty and for mitigating the risks associated with climate change and the monoculture of conventional farming. Women farmers in the Vanistry Collective are now seed entrepreneurs who grow and sell seed, and who most importantly are in control of the foundational aspects of their foodways. These farmers also train others to utilize drought and flood resistant native seeds that secure healthy food and generate income. Earnings are reinvested into families and into training more women entrepreneurs. Next slide. Another example I wanted to share arose through our US Grassroots Accelerator program with Beth Roach and the Alliance for Native Seed Keeping. Next slide. When Beth, who is part of the Nottoway Tribe of Virginia, joined WEA's US Accelerator in 2019, her central vision was to scale the reach of the Alliance of Native Seed Keepers, an organization that she co-founded, which revitalizes native seed varieties that were nearly wiped out by colonization. So through the accelerator, she was able to focus on creating a comprehensive action plan to grow the Alliance and reach more Indigenous communities struggling with food injustice, food scarcity, and a lack of access to Indigenous foodways. She focused on and received support with producing media assets to leverage her work. She leveraged access to funding resources and a seed grant to grow her literal and figurative tool shed. And at the heart of all we do here is that Beth was able to become a part of and nurture a community of other women leaders working for justice across the climate and environmental space. So with the tools and networks she gained during the program, she worked tirelessly to build out the Alliance's online seed store, enabling it to increase sales of commercially available varieties while continuing to distribute ceremonial, medicinal, and rare seeds for free. Next slide. Then the global pandemic hit, with Indigenous communities being some of those most severely impacted. And Beth's vision really crystallized. I remember when she said quite simply, we need to grow more food. That was it. We need to grow more food. A solution to such a critical aspect of the many intersecting crises our communities face. And overnight, the Alliance responded with a rapid expansion of its network and distribution. Their team was soon sending seed packets to tribal communities all over the country, providing both food security and a reminder of the enduring strength of Indigenous lifeways and the importance of our sovereignty over them. Next slide. So Beth's story is just one example of what we've seen happening around the world the last year and a half. Communities hit hardest by COVID-19 are dealt a second blow by the fact that their food systems, or what has been made of their food systems, are compromised. Roads are closed so food can't get through. Farmers can't get to towns to purchase the patented products they need to grow crops anymore, or supply chains have dried up. What happens then? In our work, we see women stepping forward, mothers, grandmothers, daughters, leaders who have been advocating for food sovereignty for generations. Folks like Beth who are preserving traditional foodways. These are the experts to listen to get behind and alongside. And I love this quote on the slide from Beth, and I think it sums up pretty well. She says, every time we send out a seed, we send so much love with it. What is more hopeful than a seed that gets planted in the dark and has to fight its way out? But when it does, it brings such beauty and medicine and healing to us all. Next slide. But we recognize that this takes everyone. We as catalyzing grassroots women-led solutions to food injustice and putting tools and resources into the hands of grassroots women leaders who are advocating for food sovereignty. But getting there will take all of us. We each have our work to do. So just a few of the larger scope things that we see as critical to realizing food sovereignty includes things like unsiloing our work. So often we see women's issues over here and food sovereignty folks over here and regenerative ag over here, climate mitigation over here, as if any of those things were separate. What would things look like if we approach these multi-layered issues with multi-layered responses? There needs to be an investment in women at the grassroots level, at the ground floor of all of our work. These are the folks who are living, working, and advocating at the center of those multi-layered issues, and they'll know what their families and communities need. Measuring and communicating the impact of grassroots women's work in the food sovereignty space is part of that investment. While we're seeing the siloing of our work start to change, the case still needs to be made for investing in grassroots women's work in some of these larger, like, funder and policymaker spaces. Part of that will necessitate measuring and communicating the invaluable and often unsung impact that grassroots women leaders have. The work, often unpaid, that they do to ensure our families and communities have what they need. And of course, advocacy. To move the needle on these issues, we need policy shift to recognize food sovereignty as a basic right, to recognize land rights and women's rights. It's all connected. And again, these are just a few of the things we see in our work. And it's been so good to also hear the incredibly critical work and solutions that my fellow panelists are making possible as well. Next slide. So with that, I hope I didn't go over my time. Thank you so much for letting me speak today. It's been an honor to be with you, and I hope you check out Vonistry and Alliance of Native Seed Keepers because they're doing incredible work.
Thank you so much, Kay. A beautiful presentation and all the beautiful work, and we're putting the links in the chat for you. And now we are going to hear from Leonida. Please take the floor. Leonida?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I come from Kenya, from an organization called Haki Nawiri Africa. And I'll be talking about food sovereignty as well as agroecology as a solution to the climate crisis, but also as a solution to the food crisis that is being experienced the world over. And I'll be sharing the experiences of Africa. One thing we need to point out is the fact that the food system, the current food system, is broken. We are seeing a lot of techno fixes. Perhaps you could also share my slide. We are seeing a lot of techno fixes and a lot of research that is not helping the public, but is actually helping private entities. And another thing that we are seeing, for example, we've seen experienced in the African continent is the emergence of desert locusts, and this has a relationship with climate change, especially when there's a lot of rainfall in arid areas. Locusts get to have access to food, and they always move as solitary beings, but then when there is water, they end up becoming swarms. And we've had countries, for example, Sudan, Yemen, Kenya being affected, and according to FAO, 35 million people are going to be affected, have been affected in terms of food insecurity. And of course, you're also seeing rising cases of obesity and rising cases of hunger. We have 811 million people globally who are suffering from hunger, and that was as 2020. And in relation to this, you're also seeing rising cases of non-communicable diseases, the pressures and the cancers. And if you trace properly, you'll find that they are related to the kind of food that we are consuming. And then, of course, there's the aspect of rising malnutrition. And this is despite the fact that multinational corporations are pushing for industrial seed, but you're seeing that malnutrition is rising, especially in children under 5. And there's also the push for GM trials. Perhaps you could share the next slide, please. For GM trials, we've seen what's happening in Nigeria with the cowpeas. sadly, Nigeria is Africa's largest, has Africa's largest population, but it's also, it has implications in terms of market, and that's why they are pushing for GM cowpeas so that they can get a market. And in Kenya, for instance, we've seen GM trials in cotton, and the push is that it's going to revive the cotton industry. And also they are pushing GM cassava, and it has been given the green light to start operating. And there's a very strong link between multinational corporations and food. We can see their footprints. For example, through adverts, there's a lot of push for processed food, and the advertisements are very enticing in terms of color and all that. And of course, when you talk about obesity, the implications of consuming processed food is issues like obesity. For example, we have Nauru Island in Oceania being the country with the most obese people, 61% of the population. In Africa, we have Libya, which has 32.5% of the population, and this is according to the World Health Organization. And of course, if you look also at in terms of consumption, we're seeing like 45 million children were wasted, and 39 million were overweight. And all this has a relationship with the food that we eat. And if, for example, we look at specifically at different multinational corporations or people who are at the helm of transnational corporations, you see that they are pushing for synthetic food. There's the aspect of data looting, especially data related to farmers. And then, of course, there's the aspect of the push for agri-businesses and lobbying of politicians, especially to pass laws that are going to protect multinational corporations. If I can give an example of what's happening in Kenya, for instance, if you look at our seed sector, we have the Crops Act 2013. We also have Seed Acts, which have very punitive clauses. For example, if they outlaw farmers saving indigenous seeds, we have the Livestock Bill 2030, Livestock Bill, which was actually outlawing, people from keeping bees, that you have to be registered before you are able to have bees. And sadly, if you look at the arid and semi-arid areas, beekeeping is a source of income for them because they are staying in communities that do not have adequate rainfall. We are also seeing aspects, dangers, for instance, in intellectual property rights. And of course, this is also linked to biopiracy, especially of indigenous vegetables, indigenous seeds. And this is happening in the African continent. And you're also seeing massive land grabs. And this is being engineered by transnational corporations. An example is the research that was done by Green in Kiriadondo in Uganda, where farmers are being evicted, and this eviction was happening at gunpoint. And of course, with this, the impacts are very negative. There are, of course, rising diseases and rising soil infertility. And all this is affecting not only the farmers, but also the consumers. And what are some of the things that we are doing, for example, as an organization in terms of pushing back? One is to organize forums where we bring farmers and consumers together. Perhaps you could shift to the slide that shows towards a healthy food system. Yes. Yes, that one. Thank you. So some of the pushback that we are doing practically within the African continent and specifically in Kenya is organizing tafakari forums. Tafakari is a Kiswahili word for reflection. Farmers come together and learn together and reflect. For example, on history of how they've been carrying out food production, what have they observed? What changes have they seen, for example, in their soil? What changes are they seeing in their seeds? Because if you talk to farmers, they'll tell you that in the past the seeds had multiple colors, but nowadays it's only, they appear either yellow or white in color. There's a lot of uniformity. And we also have discussions with farmers on seed banks, because in the past, in the traditional African system, every homestead had a granary, but right now they don't have granaries, and granaries are only being kept by elderly people. You know, the push for modernity is actually making granaries become extinct. And if you don't have a granary, it means that you don't have food. You are actually food insecure, because granaries are symbolic with access to food and availability of food. And in essence, that is food sovereignty. And of course, the other thing we do is organizing agroecology and food justice campaign. And this we bring on board government officials, because they are the ones who are responsible for policy making at the local level, but also to enable community members to question government officials. For example, in Kenya, right now we are carrying out a campaign in collaboration with the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. And this is a campaign that's happening in 12 African countries to push for agroecology to be part of the national adaptation plans in the wake of a climate crisis. And the other thing that we do is intergenerational knowledge transfer, because we know that we observed that it's the elderly who are carrying out agriculture. The youth are absent in this conversation, and that's why we bring on board young people to the Tafakari Forum, so that they can understand practically and also get information from the elderly farmers. And of course, this is working, because there are always aspects of questions being raised. And of course, we also engage young people when we provide them with exposure visits to communities that are producing food, so that they can, first of all, understand the struggles of rural communities, and of course also know where the food comes from, and of course be able to make a choice in terms of the type of food they eat. And then the other thing that we also do is practically is soil testing, because of overuse of chemicals, the soil is losing its fertility, and that's why we have forums where we engage communities. Each, for example, first of all, the forums are held in a farmer's homestead, and each farmer who comes to the sessions, the Tafakari sessions, has to come with a glass of soil. So with that glass of soil, we look at various characteristics of healthy soil. For example, the texture, is it soft, presence of earthworms, presence of other microorganisms, how much root material does that glass of soil have, how much gray matter, how much brown matter. You find in most cases the soil has no life, because farmers have continued to use chemicals. And that's why we do composting. That's where we do composting as a remedy to address the texture problems, the water retention capacity problems of the soil. And we ask farmers to have a small portion, cut off a small portion of their land, which they do a demo. It becomes like a demo farm. So whatever they learn, they can be able to implement on this particular piece of land. And we align our calendars, learning calendars, to the farmers. We align the learning calendars to the farmers' calendar. For example, when they're tilling the land, that's where we have a Tafakari forum on soil. When they're planting, that's when we have a forum on seeds. And this incorporates both political and technical education. For example, looking at, for example, the market share of multinational corporations, because the more the farmer goes to the agrovet, they're actually increasing the market share of the corporations. And then that's where we build people-centered alternatives, of which an example is the seed learning centers and seed banks, so that farmers can actually not have to go to the agrovet to access seeds, but they can actually get them within their own homesteads. And of course, one thing I want to point out is that when you talk about seeds, it's women who are the custodians of seeds within the African context. So majority of our participants are normally women. And of course, in these discussions, we also talk about land, because we cannot talk about food sovereignty and seed sovereignty when women do not control land. And that's why we also promote joint titling, and of course, for women to have documents that enable them to have access to land rights. Because what's happening, there's a lot of discrimination towards women. Women only have user rights when it comes to land, but they don't have transfer rights. For example, if she wants to get a loan or to expand her production, she may not get it because her name does not appear on the title deed. We also bring on board students and young people, and we have sessions on agroecology and also food justice. And of course, this is also an aspect of Know What You Eat campaign, basically talking to young people who prepares your food? How do you make decisions about the food you eat? What influences you, for example, on what food to eat? And of course, that's where we also have discussions around nutrition and importance of healthy food, and of course, the dangers of obesity and other non-communicable diseases. In finalizing, what I want to say is that there's need for more support of communities and movements that are championing and carrying out agroecology related work. And of course, issues around seed saving is very, very important. And we also do campaigns around seeds, and this is in collaboration with the Lands for Food Sovereignty in Africa, Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative, as well as regional schools and colleges, permaculture, and Kenyan Peasants League. And we also organize online dialogues where we talk about food justice and seed justice. And it has had a positive impact because currently, right now we have agroecology champions within different rural communities. And of course, communities are becoming more aware, for instance, of policy issues and policy implications, and they are also resisting. Because, for example, there was a push for criminalization of use of manure in Kenya. That was in 2019, and farmers came together and really made noise about that, and it got recalled. So what is actually happening is that communities are taking back their power in terms of food sovereignty as well as seed sovereignty. And agroecology, I want to finish by saying that agroecology works, and it can actually address the climate crisis that the world is facing today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What an astonishing wealth of knowledge from this panel, and just thank you for your work, because all of these incredible presenters are really sharing with us the on-the-ground real work, what it takes to feed the world. And women are doing that work, Two-Spirit people are doing that work, and it's really unseen labor and the challenges that are being brought together because of the climate crisis. Because for years, through massive agricultural business destroying our soils, as we're hearing, and we have to regenerate the soils, and we need to go back to traditional ecological knowledge from indigenous peoples and local communities who've been tending to the land and our food and feeding all of us. So I just really have such a deep bow for all the seed savers, the cultural keepers, the work that's going on to really ensure that the world is fed and that we are cared for in this time. And I just really thank all the panelists for your incredible, powerful work. I want to close with a short video because we wanted everyone to just get a feeling of what this work looks like. And then we're going to go to our last panel of the day. But please just let me again thank you all for your incredible work in this vital effort of food. You know, many times people don't think about it, but without farmers, without seeds, without water, without the sun, without our beautiful, gracious Mother Earth, and all the powers that she gives to the seed, we would not live. So this is no small matter at all. So with that, Catherine, if you could play the video, and then we will introduce our next panel. And thank you all for joining us on this previous panel. I really appreciate it. Thank you and best wishes with your work. Catherine, please go ahead.
At the end of the Mississippi River, there is a place, the Shada, called Bulbuncha, place of many tongues. Known better as
Start at the beginning. Thank you.
At the end of the Mississippi River, there is a place, the Shada, called Bulbuncha, place of many tongues, a place of many languages, known better as the global port city colonizers rebranded as New Orleans, where a crossroads of waterways provides access to sites of sacred trade,
Still not getting the
by
sound.
the ancestors of these lands and waters.
No, Catherine, we need to get the sound.
Yes, thank you, Osprey. I've been working on translation support, so I know that it's been a little
Land grab
to organize right now.
Okay. It seems like the sound is working for others, so please proceed. Thank you. Oh, some people can and some, yeah, okay. Some people can and some people can't hear the sound. I'm not quite sure what's happening. Let's start it again. Thank you.
Okay, 1 second.
Thank you everyone for your patience as we deal with this technology world. If you could let me know in the chat if you hear it, that would be
There
great.
is a place,
Thank
the
you.
Shada, called Bulbuncha, place of many tongues, a place of many languages, known better as the global port city colonizers rebranded as New Orleans, where a crossroads of waterways provides access to sites of sacred trade, stewarded by the ancestors of these lands and waters. Generations have been weathering discrimination, land grabs, hurricanes, oil spill disasters, and the catastrophic side effects of man's manipulations, flooding our ways of life. Our intertribal alliance, Oklahina Ikish Holo, People of the Sacred Medicine Trail, is working to reestablish old trade routes and networks, adapting and co-designing paths for tradeways for the future, ways to exchange medicine, food, and skills to support biodiversity and sovereignty.
This is a really exciting project that is rising up like a shining light out of one of the most polluted areas in all of Turtle Island, of all of the United States, an area that has been called Cancer Alley because of how much fossil fuel pollution is in this part of the United States, and instead show a place of regeneration and healing led by Indigenous farmers who are building community, sharing stories of the land that are lifting up a very different vision of how we can move forward in this time of great transformation where we have a need to be able to live with each other in the land in a very different way.
We believe that it is crucial for us to protect and reclaim our relationships with our sacred homelands and waters in order to restore the natural balance, so the intelligence of the system can be respected for our communities to survive in deep collaboration with the nature, like our grandmothers before us, preparing for the unknown by putting our hands in the ground and our hearts into the work needed to strengthen decentralized systems of support, from mutual aid to intentional investment in building circular economies.
I think as we look at the multiple crises of the climate crisis and environmental degradation and colonization and environmental racism, that one of the most important things that we could be doing is to really support food sovereignty programs and food security, a way to really ensure cultural survival and cultural practices as we see storytelling taking place, and the story of the seeds and the story of the communities and all these different peoples that came together on these trade routes when we talk about what we're going to do about the climate crisis, what are we going to do about colonization? What are we going to do about respecting Indigenous peoples and Indigenous peoples' rights? This is a response.
Our gardeners are on a journey together, collectively learning and sharing skills, hosting workshops on a spectrum of topics from composting to multimedia storytelling to medicine making, seed harvesting, and more. The Oklahina Ikisholo network of gardens connect us to each other, to traditional territories, to the places we call home, to the earth, and to the planetary work that is so urgently needed. But we know the plants carry the lessons to help us face the intersectional toxic challenges of injustices tied to colonial practices, perpetuated by multinational petrochemical corporations fueling the climate crisis. We are Uma, Shata, Osage, Lakota, Muskogee, Eastern Siouan, Sichungu Lakota, and Creole, femme and non-binary gardeners, seeding and growing and building across the Gulf South to defend and protect and to restore our lands and waters in the Mississippi River Delta and within the ancestral territories of the Shata and Muskogee.
And it's one of the ways that we begin to really honor the call from Indigenous peoples for land back, for rematriation of the land. And the dream of this project is a seventh generation project that will go on for many, many generations. So thank you everyone so much again for that wonderful panel, and have a wonderful day. I hope you can continue to join us, and let's give a big shout out to all the farmers and the seeds. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and begin our next panel.
Osprey, can we please have a few minutes?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was just asked to take a moment because there was some translation issue, and the translators are requesting that we give them a moment to sort out some issues. So we're just going to take a moment and let them work on that and welcome our new speakers while that's going on. And Catherine, I'll let you inform me when that test has been done. We have speakers from Ecuador and from Brazil, so we want to make sure that we have good translation for this next panel and that all of that is sorted out. So thank you for your patience while we work that out behind the scenes. And the project that you just saw on the video is something that we're really excited about. Has been going on, as Monique Verda on the last panel mentioned, for the last year and a half. And it has been just so important, both to address the climate crisis, but also to address the pandemic. Because as we see these intersecting crises come together, we really need solutions that can address many things all at one time. So we were really glad that we were growing food and supporting this Indigenous group of farmers along the bayous, both during the pandemic, but also as they live in areas where there is not access to a lot of food. So it really is very exciting to see the local communities coming together on this very old traditional Indigenous trade route to be able to create this new program.
Great. Do you mind if we do a quick check for the translation?
Okay, how would you like to do that?
Maybe, Carmen, would you be willing to say something in Spanish, and then we'll be in the English room to see if the audio works fine?
Claro que sí. Buenas tardes, estamos aquí. Ahorita vamos a comenzar con el panel de la implementación del Acuerdo de Escazú, las mujeres por los derechos humanos, la defensa de la naturaleza en América Latina y el Caribe.
Yes, thank you. That it's working. Very important for this panel. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you to everyone working behind the scenes. I know it's very challenging to have all of these things work smoothly. So thank you to Ashley and Catherine and all the translators. So as Carmen just said, and I will say again, just so we're all clear, I want to welcome this remarkable group of leaders who are presenting on this next panel, Implementing the Escazú Agreement, Women for Human Rights and the Defense of Nature in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I'm sure many of you have no idea what the Escazú Agreement is, so don't worry, that's why we're putting this panel together. It's really important work. And I want to thank all of the speakers for your critical work and leadership in this effort. We talked about this yesterday, but I want to bring it up again because it's just such a key component of land defender work and what women are doing on the ground. As many of you might know, Latin America, as an example, is one of the deadliest regions in the world for land defenders, and attacks and criminalization of women protecting their territories, meaning their forests, their water, their lands and communities, is very specific, as you will hear about in this panel. Yet these same women land defenders they're central to solutions. In 2020, Global Witness reported 227 environmental land defenders were killed, making it the most dangerous year on record. For the second year in a row, Colombia saw the highest number of killings with 65 land and environmental defenders murdered. Now, this is what's reported. As we are talking about this, the intersection of capitalism and patriarchy and colonization and racism, and as we see multiple crises unfolding, the pressure on defenders of the land becomes even more increased. And we are really looking to different policies as well as on the ground fights to stop this. We are calling to defend the defenders, because if people are not defending the forests or not defending the waters, like here in the United States, the water protectors right now on line 3, defending the Mississippi River and all the waterways in Minnesota, the waterways all over the Amazon and other regions of the world. These defenders are defending the forest and the water and the land that we all depend on. So we really need to defend the defenders. We are highlighting that many studies have shown that the most effective way to protect biodiverse regions, such as the Amazon rainforest, which is central in the fight to mitigate the worst impacts of the climate crisis, is to protect the rights and sovereignty of Indigenous peoples and local communities. So it's imperative to implement policies such as those included in the Escazú Agreement that ensure human and Indigenous rights and the protection of environmental defenders. So it's a very unique piece of policy that combines human rights and environmental rights. Along with many others, our organization WECAN has been advocating for the Escazú Agreement for many years, and on November 5th, 2020, just last year, it was fully ratified. The agreement is a groundbreaking multilateral accord that can help protect women land defenders who are under attack and preserve biodiverse ecosystems across Latin America and the Caribbean. So it's very specific to the LAC region, which is Latin America and the Caribbean. And now countries can now start the process for the accord to enter the implementation phase, which is very, very critical. And without full implementation, we can have these policies, but we've got to bring them to the ground. And after the presentations from these amazing presenters, I will share more about WECAN's campaign, which has many components, but I want you all to hear about it because it's so critical to all of us. And with that, I will introduce the speakers in the order that they will be presenting. First, we'll be hearing from Patricia Gualinga. She is Quechua. She's an Indigenous leader from the Sariaco people, and she's a spokeswoman for Mujeres Amazónicas Defensoras de la Selva from Ecuador. And she's a dear, loved friend for many years and colleague. We will be hearing next from Andrea Sanhueza. She is public representative for the Escazú Agreement from Chile. Really honored to have her here. She's worked on this for many years. We're very honored to have Maria Luisa Rafael. She is Quichua. She's an indigenous leader and human rights and environmental defender from Bolivia. And we will hear from Ruth Spencer. She is the deputy chair of Marine Ecosystems Protected Areas Trust, and she is from Antigua and Barbuda, and we're really glad to have her here. Many of these women, by the way, we have been working in collaboration, really having a steering committee to push this forward together. So just to mention all of these women I'm introducing, we have been already working together on this for some time. Patricia Madrigal Cordero will be the next speaker. She is the former Vice Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica, of course, from Costa Rica. And we have Tali Terena. She's of the Terena Nation. She's an indigenous rights activist from Brazil. And then we will be hearing from my dear colleague, Carmen Capriles. She is the founder of Reacción Climática, and we're really honored to have her as WECAN coordinator for Latin America from Bolivia. And so just really excited about this important panel and the discussion we're going to have. So Patricia, can you please tell us about your experience as a woman forest defender in Ecuador and what the Escazú Agreement means to you? Thank you. And again, just reminding people to use your translation button that is now fixed. So thank you, Patricia.
Muchísimas gracias, Osprey. Buenas tardes a todas. Es un gusto para mí estar acá. Es bien sabido que el territorio amazónico, los bosques amazónicos, son apetecidos por las industrias extractivas y nuestra lucha ha sido contra estas industrias. En mi caso, o en el caso de mi pueblo y de las mujeres del centro sur, es contra la explotación petrolera y la explotación minera que hemos hecho frente en los últimos años. Antes no aparecíamos mucho al público por el hecho de que a través de la historia, los que han aparecido mayormente han sido líderes hombres. Pero en los últimos años, desde el 2013, empezamos a aparecer las mujeres amazónicas defensoras de la selva, que somos un colectivo de mujeres que estamos diciendo no más al extractivismo. Aquí estamos las mujeres como mamás, como hermanas, como hijas, como esposas, como mujeres, para decir que no van a entrar a nuestro territorio. Y desde ahí, desde esa marcha del 2013, para exigir al gobierno de ese tiempo de que no van a abrir nuevas rondas petroleras en territorios de los pueblos indígenas y de las mujeres indígenas, es que nosotros nacimos al público con ese nombre y con un rostro más visible como mujeres. Pero este hecho de haber hecho frente a las rondas petroleras, de haber ido a protestar frente a la presidencia, a los ministerios, a entregar un mandato de las mujeres al presidente de la República, a ir a la asamblea para entregar nuestra propuesta, ha hecho que haya consecuencias, y consecuencias muy graves, porque lo que han hecho con las mujeres del colectivo es, primero, enjuiciarnos, para tratar de que tengamos miedo. Son dos juicios que recién han sido archivados hace un año. Y segundo, cuando los juicios no han podido con nosotros, han empezado a amenazarnos de muerte. En mi caso, hace 2 años aproximadamente, me amenazaron de muerte, rompieron los vidrios de la casa donde estaba hospedada en ese momento y me dijeron que la próxima me venían a matar. Eso fue solo el inicio de las secuelas de amenazas que sufrimos las mujeres por defender los territorios, porque 5 más de nosotras fueron amenazadas y a una le quemaron la casa, que es la casa que estaba en la ciudad. Entonces, este tipo de cosas son consecuencias de que nosotros hemos parado la frontera del extractivismo, hemos parado las rondas petroleras y hemos dicho públicamente que a nuestro territorio no van a ingresar y que las empresas están haciendo un mal negocio. A pesar de estas consecuencias, nosotros hemos dicho, si ellos querían y pretenden que nos escondamos, no lo vamos a hacer. Vamos a continuar, a pesar de las circunstancias y las consecuencias. Pero ¿qué estamos haciendo para protegernos? Cada mujer que ha sido amenazada, la tratamos de proteger entre mujeres, denunciar públicamente, denunciar ante la justicia, ante los medios, para decirle, no estás sola, estamos aquí contigo y no te vamos a dejar sola para que sufras todas las consecuencias de luchar. Pero aparte de eso, también estamos alineadas a las organizaciones para decirles nosotros somos la fortaleza para poder hacer que estas luchas puedan tener éxito y que no sea solamente presencia de hombres, sino de mujeres con un sentimiento propio de las mujeres amazónicas, con una vocería propia, con un pensamiento propio, con propuestas propias. Y hemos estado diciendo no al extractivismo y en el caso de mi pueblo también llevando la propuesta de la selva viviente con el fin de concientizar a la ciudadanía global de que las propuestas de los pueblos indígenas pueden ser el instrumento que faltaba para que realmente se pudiera entender por qué hay que defender la naturaleza. Mucho más allá de lo que discuten en las cumbres climáticas, mucho más allá de las decisiones de los gobiernos que solo ven negocios, nosotros como pueblos indígenas y como mujeres indígenas hemos estado diciendo, la selva es viviente, hay espacios sagrados donde se regenera la vida del planeta y esos espacios tienen que estar excluidos a perpetuidad de todo tipo de explotación petrolera y de todo tipo de explotación minera y de todo tipo de extractivismo, porque esos espacios vivientes tienen vida propia y ahí fluye la vida para el equilibrio del planeta. Este conocimiento tan profundo, arraigado a la madre naturaleza, ha hecho que los pueblos indígenas luchen con su vida para defender el bosque amazónico. Y esta ha sido nuestra lucha, nuestra propuesta que continuamos avanzando para que el mundo pueda entender, pero también los gobiernos lo puedan asumir. Siempre he dicho que muchas veces, a pesar de que los científicos ahora ya han descubierto lo que nuestros yachaks ya sabían hace mucho tiempo, hemos dicho todavía falta descubrir esta parte que nosotros estamos hablando, la selva viviente. Y este es un punto fundamental que tiene que discutirse dentro de las cumbres climáticas, porque sin eso no se va a poder entender lo que es realmente la regeneración de la naturaleza, lo que es realmente las fuentes de vida para el equilibrio del planeta. En cuanto al acuerdo de Escazú, es un instrumento muy importante y nosotros esperamos que los gobiernos lo cumplan. Porque si no lo cumplen, nosotros vamos a hacer como hemos hecho con los derechos colectivos, con el convenio 169, a llevar a que los gobiernos, aparte de firmar los tratados, aparte de ir a nivel internacional y decir, bueno, yo sí firmo este tratado de derechos humanos, este tratado de que protege a los defensores ambientales, realmente dentro de los países esos instrumentos se cumplan. Y realmente haya una protección efectiva de las defensoras y defensores de derechos humanos y de la naturaleza. Desde aquí, desde Ecuador, vamos a estar pendientes constantemente para que esta efectividad del instrumento del acuerdo de Escazú se cumpla, porque no se cumple. Hay muchos tratados, hay muchos convenios que los gobiernos no lo cumplen porque son los principales violadores de derechos que no tratan de cumplir lo que ellos mismos asumen como estados. Esto es lo que podría compartir desde Ecuador a todas nuestras hermanas que nos escuchan en este momento en el mundo y aprovechando de que va a empezar ya, que estamos en la semana climática, pero que en Glasgow se discutirá todo el tema de la crisis ambiental. Esperemos que tomen en cuenta la propuesta de los pueblos indígenas, la visión de los pueblos indígenas, que son los que mayoritariamente hemos defendido los bosques y los territorios, y sobre todo el sentimiento y la propuesta de las mujeres que viene a ser un soporte fundamental en esta lucha contra esta crisis global. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for your very powerful words and your incredible courage to be on the front lines, be under threat, and to be able to continue to stand. And I send you so much love and respect and protection for you and all the incredible women land defenders in the Amazon and where you live. We've been doing this work for many years, and to be sure, know that we will be supporting and carrying your voice and supporting Indigenous women from the Amazon as we head into COP26 and taking that message with us and supporting you and all the women who are attending as well. But I just wanted to say how much, this is a life and death situation, and, just how much we stand in solidarity with the defenders of the land. So thank you very much for your good words. And I want to now pass the floor to Andrea.
Hola, muy buenas tardes a todas y todos. Muchas gracias por la invitación. Y también me sumo a la felicitaciones, ¿no?, a todo el trabajo que hace Patricia y todas las otras mujeres que están acá en este panel. Bueno, a mí me pidieron que hablara un poco del proceso de Escazú, cómo va, cuándo se realiza su primera conferencia de las partes, etcétera, de forma de estar actualizado en qué va a nivel regional. Entonces voy a... no puedo compartir pantalla, no sé si será posible que me habiliten para compartirla. Gracias. Ahí está perfecto. Ok, gracias. Bueno, estos son los estados que ya han ratificado el convenio de Escazú, que como bien decía Osprey, ya tenemos las 12 ratificaciones que se necesitaban para realizar la primera conferencia de las partes. Como ustedes pueden ver, aquí hay 12 países y evidentemente faltan un número importante de países para que se sumen y ratifiquen el acuerdo de Escazú. Por lo tanto, podemos decir que todos los países que están acá, ¿cierto?, han mostrado compromiso político por avanzar en el proceso, pero como muy bien decía Patricia, es deber de todos y de todas empujar a nuestros estados a la efectiva implementación de este convenio. Por ejemplo, ustedes pueden ver países como Brasil, como Colombia, como Costa Rica, como Chile, República Dominicana, Perú, etcétera, que todavía no están entre los estados que han ratificado. En algunos países específicos como Perú, Costa Rica, Colombia y Chile han salido bastantes voces en contra de Escazú, la mayoría de ellas provenientes del sector privado y que claramente ven en este convenio una suerte de amenaza a las reglas del juego que hoy día tenemos, en cómo las personas participamos en las decisiones ambientales, ¿cierto?, que nos importan y que nos afectan, y cómo demandamos ser parte de esa toma de decisiones, que es el gran anhelo que se espera cumplir con Escazú. Por lo tanto, hoy día tenemos una realidad donde tenemos 12 estados, así que tenemos que felicitar a estos estados por haber dado este gran importante paso, donde vamos a iniciar la primera conferencia de las partes, y también tenemos en forma paralela un conjunto de países que aún hay bastante trabajo por hacer para que logren ratificar Escazú y sumarse, por lo tanto, como un estado parte a él. Aquí rápidamente les quiero mostrar cuáles fueron las distintas etapas que tuvo Escazú, ¿cierto? Me detengo acá en el 2018 y 2020, que fue hacia el 2021, en realidad, que se logra esta ratificación. Y lo que viene ahora, entonces, es la primera conferencia de las partes, es decir, la primera reunión donde los estados parte, estos 12, y esperemos, estamos haciendo un arduo trabajo en varios países para lograr que el próximo año sea más de 12, para poder mostrar, ¿cierto?, que hay movimiento en la región sobre este convenio. Y se va a realizar esta primera conferencia de las partes, donde por supuesto vamos a estar también participando no solo los estados, sino también las organizaciones de la sociedad civil y los representantes del público. Se estima que esta primera conferencia de las partes va a ser perdón, me equivoqué de poner el mes acá. Es la segunda quincena del mes de abril del 2022. O sea, la segunda quincena del mes de abril se tiene planeado realizar esta primera conferencia de las partes. Probablemente también se cree que va a ser en la sede de la CEPAL, ¿cierto?, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, cuya sede está en Santiago de Chile, y probablemente se aspira a que sea una reunión presencial con todo el protocolo sanitario necesario, pero que sea una reunión presencial. Podemos decir entonces que esta reunión es como la puesta en marcha, es el inicio, es un hito muy importante en la puesta en marcha ya y en la implementación de este convenio. ¿Qué va a pasar en esta reunión? En primer lugar, se va a acordar cómo va a ser el funcionamiento de esta conferencia de las partes, qué presidencia va a tener, cómo se va a decidir, cada cuánto tiempo se va a reunir la conferencia, cuáles son las tomas de decisiones que va a poder llevar adelante la conferencia de las partes. La conferencia de las partes, para mayor claridad, son todos los estados parte. Entonces, si logramos llegar con 15 estados ratificados, no 12 como hoy día tenemos, sino más, por lo tanto esa conferencia estará integrada por estos 15 estados. La CEPAL, como siempre, va a seguir jugando el rol de secretariado técnico. Lo que se va a acordar en esa primera negociación que se va a dar es cómo va a funcionar esta conferencia y, en segundo lugar, cuáles son otros órganos subsidiarios que se pueden crear. Más allá de la conferencia de las partes, por ejemplo, se pueden crear grupos de trabajo que puedan proponer o ir haciendo, apoyando a los gobiernos en la implementación. Quizás hay un grupo de trabajo en información, otro en participación. Sin duda sería fantástico tener un grupo de trabajo sobre defensores ambientales. En tercer lugar, algo muy importante que está en el convenio, ¿cierto?, es la creación de este comité de apoyo y facilitación al cumplimiento. Lo que tiene que hacerse entonces en esta primera conferencia es acordar cómo se van a seleccionar las personas que participen, integren este comité y cuáles van a ser las funciones de este comité. Hasta ahora ya está claro que no es un órgano contencioso, es decir, es un comité que va a través de un proceso de revisión de pares, va a ir apoyando, como dice el nombre, la implementación que cada uno de los estados partes vaya haciendo. Lo interesante también es que es un comité que va a poder recibir reclamos de cualquiera de nosotros, de cualquier persona, de cualquier país, que sea estado parte, por supuesto, que no haya cumplido algo que el convenio diga a nivel nacional. Entonces se van a poder recibir casos y ser revisados y por lo tanto es muy importante que sea un comité de la máxima independencia respecto de los estados. O sea, por supuesto no pueden ser funcionarios ni autoridades de estado. En general lo que mejor se cree que pueden ser son la experiencia de Aarhus, que es el convenio como hermano que tenemos en Europa y que tiene 20 años más de vigencia que el convenio de Escazú. La experiencia, la trayectoria, la práctica que ha tenido Aarhus indica que los mejores integrantes de este comité de apoyo son efectivamente abogados y abogadas que conozcan mucho los derechos de acceso y, insisto, con independencia de los estados, para que puedan cursar todos los reclamos que sean elegibles frente a este comité y por supuesto dar apoyo a los gobiernos para ir avanzando en la implementación. Ya voy terminando, otro aspecto muy importante de la primera conferencia de las partes va a ser acordar cómo el público, es decir, la sociedad civil, nosotros, las organizaciones comunitarias, vamos a participar de esta conferencia. Dónde vamos a tener derecho a voz y cómo podemos practicar ese derecho a voz. Por lo tanto, como pueden ver, es una reunión muy significativa, muy importante, que va a poner la primera piedra, podemos decirlo así, del convenio de Escazú. También decir que en paralelo la CEPAL está hoy día elaborando una guía de implementación, porque los gobiernos tienen que recibir una guía, no solo leer el convenio, sino leer una guía que forma mucho más pedagógica y didáctica y por supuesto que la interpretación más amplia de los artículos pueda acompañar a los gobiernos. Nosotros, el público, también estamos con la voluntad y el compromiso de que se realicen otras elecciones para los representantes de público. Creemos que es muy importante que se inicie una etapa con otros líderes y lideresas. Bueno, los invito a seguir vinculados. Carmen, cierto que está en esta red, es muy activa también en el convenio de Escazú y sería fantástico a medida que se acerca la primera conferencia poder trabajar juntas. Ya estamos trabajando en países específicos para ver si logramos su pronta ratificación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so very much, Andrea, for all your incredible work that you've been doing for years and for sharing with us, what stage that we're in. And, it's very important. I mean, I know people who are listening in are learning about all of these different things, maybe leaders in their own communities of different struggles and campaigns and projects that they're working on. And I just want to remind people contextually, we're going into the details of this because as part of this assembly, the Escazú Agreement is really important because it involves the front lines of land defenders who are being murdered and attacked and criminalized for their efforts. So we are looking at what we can do collectively to support the Escazú Agreement, because it really could be a bold transformative change in protecting these frontline leaders, but also these bioregions that matter to everybody around the world. So this matters to all of us, but we wanted to kind of draw back the curtain in this session so people could see like really what happens. How do we organize? How do we look at policy? How do we organize to pressure governments? So I really appreciate, Andrea, you helping us get that foundation and to understand, we're going to some minutia now, because this is also an educational opportunity for everybody to understand about organizing and how you push from the streets to the government level to connecting all of these different people together. And now we're going to be having the next speaker, which we're really excited about, Maria Luisa Rafael. She is Quechua, and we're going to hear from her now. You have the floor, Maria. Thank you.
Ya no. Hola. No sé si salgo ya en pantalla.
We see you and we hear you.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes. Como ya me han antecedido, pues las mujeres en Bolivia, especialmente las defensoras de medio ambiente, que no solamente es el medio ambiente, porque atrae también muchos conflictos sociales, tanto familiares y como también la escasez económica, ¿no? Porque lo que ha ocurrido en el lago Popó, en el lago Ururu, hace que las comunidades que nosotros estamos alrededor tengamos que migrar a la ciudad y engrosar, ¿no?, las filas de las periurbanas, que tampoco es fácil para nosotros vivir, porque no tenemos las condiciones que deberíamos tener cualquier persona humana. Sin embargo, las políticas que realmente de los gobiernos que están en gestión no tienen la voluntad para poder atender esta situación, especialmente de las comunidades que somos afectadas por la minería. Pues desde hace mucho tiempo, mi lucha es desde el 2006, cuando nombraron a mi persona defensa de medio ambiente en mi comunidad y en mi ayu, en el municipio de Popó, el ayu Cabeza Primera Tapacarí y la comunidad de Querarani, de la cual soy representante, ¿no? Y hace mucho tiempo hemos estado más de 120 comunidades en la lucha. Hemos estado pidiendo al Estado para que pueda atender las necesidades que hasta ahora no se ha podido hacer nada con el lago Popó. Sin embargo, 14 millones de euros ha sido gastado, pero no han atendido las necesidades que debería ser en su momento. Bueno, hay muchas falencias y hay muchas necesidades, especialmente la vulneración de derechos humanos en las comunidades, con la población, y ahora la escasez del agua. Antes nos decían que éramos locas. A mí me alegra ahora que en el mundo entero seamos muchas locas, que estemos defendiendo y gritando por la vida, porque el agua es la vida y la naturaleza, la madre tierra es la que nos tiene con vida a todos los humanos. Por lo tanto, es una preocupación en Bolivia que no tengamos políticas de atención. Es más, no se cumple ni siquiera la constitución política del Estado. Entonces, la preocupación que nosotras tenemos, a pesar de ser perseguidas, amenazadas, un montón de situaciones que cada una de nosotras en distintos países hemos vivido y lo estamos viviendo hasta ahora, seguimos en la lucha. Pues ahora yo soy parte ya de una urbanización nueva, que estamos muchas personas de las comunidades, y el interés que tenemos nosotros tal vez es de hacer una agricultura urbana, que no tenemos tampoco recursos económicos, muchos de nosotros no tenemos fuente de trabajo, y esas las necesidades muy grandes en nuestro país. Lamentablemente ahora con el cambio climático, el tiempo ha cambiado mucho, hay mucha sequía, los pocos animales que teníamos han ido muriendo, no tenemos casa, se ha provocado incendios, tanto de la naturaleza como también provocados por el hombre. Estamos en una crisis terrible en el país de Bolivia. Por los valles también están sufriendo, por las zonas también donde se explota el petróleo y la explotación muy grande, descontrolada también de la minería, especialmente aurífera, y toda esa situación ahora nos está cobrando factura la naturaleza. Yo felicito a todas las organizaciones, instituciones que se preocupan por el tema de medio ambiente. Sin embargo, nosotros quisiéramos que se pudiera hacer algo porque estamos llegando ya casi a la catástrofe natural mundial. Y yo quisiera que también las empresas que son explotadoras se pongan la mano al pecho porque mañana no van a comer, no vamos a beber petróleo, no vamos a comernos el mineral, tampoco los dólares que van acumulando. Yo quisiera que todo el mundo se sensibilice y que todos juntos luchemos por esta preocupación que tenemos el cambio climático y la defensa por el medio ambiente, que es la defensa de la vida misma. Hola. Bueno, la exposición de Bolivia es esa a través mía, ¿no? Yo antes pertenecía a la organización de la CORIDUB, la Coordinadora en Defensa de Ríos, Aguadero, Lagos, Ururu y Popó, de la cual era secretaria de organización. Como digo siempre, a veces las organizaciones flaquean y las personas pasamos, pero las personas que realmente tenemos este liderazgo de lucha, donde estemos y como estemos, seguimos en la lucha, sea con o sin organización, con o sin institución que nos respalde y nos ayude. Por lo tanto, yo también me sumo y felicito a esta conferencia de Escazú, que mucho va a ser para nosotros de quienes no tenemos voz y de mucha gente que va a poder expresar la preocupación que tenemos. Porque el problema ambiental no solamente es un problema ambiental, acarrea muchos problemas humanos que a nivel de las comunidades ya lo hemos sufrido. Estamos viviendo mucha crisis y más adelante no vamos a tener ni alimentos porque en mi comunidad ya no tenemos producción agrícola. Lo poco que hay se está muriendo. Nadie controla ni siquiera los atajados de agua contaminada de las minas. Nadie cumple con las leyes ambientales que ya cada uno tenemos en nuestros países. Es una preocupación muy grande que tenemos nosotros los líderes y los defensores, las defensoras de medio ambiente. Ya me habían antecedido las compañeras, las mujeres somos las que más sufrimos y las que más sentimos por el desastre que se está haciendo por el hombre a la madre tierra. Por lo tanto, yo pediría de que en estas conferencias que se tenga, se plantee y se sumen también los otros países para que podamos hacer acuerdos, pero no solamente sectoriales, sino a nivel mundial. Yo pido a Dios de que nos siga dando fortaleza para poder seguir adelante. Muchas lideresas, estamos en crisis económica porque cargamos la familia, cargamos los hijos, cargamos todas las necesidades que lamentablemente tenemos que pasar como humanos. Ya no tenemos la parte laboral que debíamos tener antes. Vendíamos queso, vendíamos de nuestra producción de las comunidades, pero ahora tenemos que estar en la ciudad mendigando y poder hacer lo que podemos hacer, porque lamentablemente el estómago no espera y las necesidades personales también. Es una preocupación grande, aparte de que tenemos la preocupación también del medio ambiente que en cada uno de nuestros países estamos sufriendo. Ahora, en esta semana, también se está haciendo la campaña de poder hacer la forestación con los árboles, sensibilizar a la gente para que pueda adoptar un árbol, para que podamos tener un pulmón creado por nosotros también. Es esa la preocupación que puedo plantear desde Bolivia y agradecer a la invitación de poder ser partícipe en este panel. Muchísimas gracias y que Dios les bendiga a cada una de las líderes y a cada una de las amigas y personas que estamos en esta lucha.
Thank you so much, Maria Luisa, for your powerful work and your courage and the ongoing, enduring fight that you have been in. And know that we stand with you, and I'm so honored to work with you. And thank you very, very much for your time today. And with that, we would like to bring Ruth Spencer in. As I understand, there's a little technical issue with you, Ruth. Ruth, if you could go back to the staging room link. We've just emailed you again, an email with the link that you need to use to get into the space that we're in where we can hear you and see you. Go back to your email and click on the staging room, and we should bring you in then. And I'm going to go to the next speaker while this is going on, and then we'll come back to you, Ruth, and you can work with Ashley. So pardon everyone, but we're working live time, women collaborating in technology. So we'll come back to Ruth in a moment, and we will now hear from Patricia Madrigal Cordero from Costa Rica. Welcome, Patricia.
Buenas tardes, Ashley. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and thank you for your invitation. Muchísimas gracias al trabajo que ha venido haciendo la Red de Mujeres para la Acción por el Clima y la Tierra, y por esta Asamblea Mundial de Mujeres por la Justicia Climática, que es maravilloso ver tantas compañeras luchando por un mundo mejor a pesar de los desafíos que enfrentamos en estos momentos. Creo que este trabajo colaborativo nos llena de esperanza, nos llena de energía para seguir adelante. Yo quisiera compartir con ustedes dos reflexiones rápidamente en el tiempo que tengo. La primera tiene que ver con lo que nos comentaba Andrea Sangüesa. Si bien es cierto que ya el acuerdo de Escazú entró en vigor desde el 22 de abril del presente año y vamos ya preparándonos para la próxima conferencia de las partes, tenemos todavía 10 países que están en los procesos de ratificación. Tenemos a Brasil, Perú, Guatemala, República Dominicana, Haití, Paraguay, Jamaica, Colombia, Granada en esos procesos. Y nótese que según el informe de Global Witness en materia de ataques a defensores y defensoras de los derechos humanos en asuntos ambientales, Brasil, Perú, Guatemala son de los países que más ataques tienen, además de Colombia. Entonces es sumamente importante el trabajo en estos países para promover la ratificación del Acuerdo de Escazú, de manera que podamos tener como una obligación internacional que esos estados parte deben garantizar un entorno seguro y propicio para desarrollar sus labores. Y tiene 3 elementos el artículo número 9 del Acuerdo de Escazú. No solo prevenir los ataques, las amenazas, los acosos, sino también investigar y llevar a cabo una investigación objetiva cuando estos se dan, y además tomar las medidas para prevenir que se den. Así que es un largo proceso lo que nos queda para definir cómo cada uno de los países de América Latina y el Caribe, que ojalá lleguen a ser parte de este acuerdo, van a poder cumplir con este artículo tan importante. Porque tenemos que reconocer que si hay ataque a defensores en derechos humanos, es más enfocado a mujeres defensoras. En el informe del 2019, Global Witness decía, a nivel mundial, las mujeres y las niñas suelen ser más vulnerables a sus impactos, más propensas a morir en desastres naturales, desproporcionadamente afectadas por impactos a largo plazo de sequía, inundaciones, el tema del derecho a la tierra que lo escuchamos en el panel anterior de Food Security, las amenazas que se dan por las actividades extractivistas, por la crisis climática. Por eso es que es un enorme reto el de lograr la aplicación y el cumplimiento del artículo 9 del Acuerdo de Escazú. Y el segundo tema sobre el que quiero dar algunas reflexiones es la enorme campaña de deslegitimación que se ha dado en torno a los países que todavía no ratifican el Acuerdo de Escazú. Y en este tema debemos redoblar los esfuerzos para que más países lo ratifiquen. Aquí hay que reconocer el trabajo que están dando las redes de mujeres, el trabajo fabuloso que han hecho las redes de organizaciones de jóvenes para que pueda darse esta ratificación. Porque la campaña de desinformación que ha recorrido la región es fuerte. Se han utilizado 3 tipos de objeciones al Acuerdo de Escazú. La primera es una valoración de la participación como derecho llena de prejuicios. Se cree que es un mecanismo inadecuado de la participación del público que puede afectar la inversión privada y el desarrollo de proyectos de infraestructura. Se legitima la posibilidad de la participación de las personas considerando que no tienen la información ni la formación para poder hacerlo. Existe una ideología detrás de las organizaciones no gubernamentales, como se ha dicho en algunos textos. Esta campaña, en donde el derecho a la participación no se entiende como un derecho y no se entiende en el marco del principio de igualdad, realmente erosiona los estados de derecho que tenemos. También se han esbozado algunas razones jurídicas, sobre todo en torno al tema del derecho de acceso a la justicia ambiental. Se ha dicho que la interposición de medidas cautelares es demasiada, que la inversión de la carga de la prueba no se debe dar en procesos de derecho penal, que no debe haber acceso a la información de personas privadas porque esto va en contra de los derechos de propiedad intelectual. Ante estas objeciones, realmente se ve una ignorancia de los alcances del texto del Acuerdo de Escazú. En primer lugar, la interposición de medidas cautelares o de la carga de la prueba o todos los elementos procesales que se puedan mencionar siempre están referidos al ordenamiento jurídico nacional, siempre están referidos a una decisión por parte de alguien investido con el poder en el marco de las leyes y además se refieren a temas ambientales. El Acuerdo de Escazú no se refiere a una jurisdicción penal, se refiere, como lo dice su nombre, al derecho de acceso a la información, a la participación pública en la toma de decisiones, al acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales. Y en segundo lugar, el tema del acceso a la información, cuando se refiere a personas privadas, se entiende únicamente en el marco de la definición de autoridad competente que está en el artículo 2 y que se refiere a entidades privadas cuando reciben fondos y beneficios públicos, que jurisprudencialmente en la región se ha entendido que deben dar cuentas de esos fondos públicos que reciben. Y el acceso a la información se circunscribe a esos beneficios públicos recibidos. No se violenta entonces ningún derecho a la propiedad intelectual o ninguna interferencia en la información privada de las organizaciones. Y el tercer ámbito de objeciones que se han esgrimido ha sido temas de conveniencia. No debemos pensar en la ratificación del Acuerdo de Escazú porque estamos inmersos en una crisis, porque debemos pensar en la reactivación económica, porque no es el momento oportuno para el país, porque no nos aporta nada, que ya lo tenemos todo en el ordenamiento jurídico nacional. A esto vale la pena aclarar que el Acuerdo de Escazú es una plataforma de cooperación entre los países y de fortalecimiento de capacidades. ¿Cómo vamos a hablar de reactivación económica si no lo hacemos en el marco de los derechos de acceso a la información, a la participación? ¿Y cuándo puede ser más oportuna la ratificación del Acuerdo de Escazú si no es en el marco de estas crisis pandémicas y crisis climáticas? Es un reto lo que tenemos por delante y solamente el trabajo coordinado, unido entre todas nos va a permitir sacar la tarea adelante. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much for those really important comments. Really appreciate that, Patricia, and all of your incredible work on this. It's so vital. Thank you very much for that. And we hand the floor over to Ruth. I'm so glad we got Ruth to work through technology. You have the floor, Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osprey, and your team for giving us this opportunity to participate and to be included in this event. Antigua has ratified, and we have started to implement, and the process is being pushed voluntary and in kind to NGOs. The government ratified, yes, but the public education and advocacy has not been coming from them. So we on the ground in the communities and our organizations, we are reaching out to educate the people and our various groups and stakeholders. We work through churches, we go into the churches and the schools, community groups, on the radio, because the local knowledge of the groups are very important in decision making. People see the Caribbean, our islands, as vacation spots. And yes, we have many big hotels, but the location of some of these hotels have damaged our ecosystems. They have caused communities to be flooded, and there's no access to justice because the government doesn't have funds to relocate these people. We have made some serious environmental blunders, and we do not want to repeat them. Our community stewards, we don't have killings, but they're called names, they're harassed, they're called environmental terrorists. There's people say they're not educated, where they get the knowledge from. But these are people who live in the communities. They see what happened. They have observations. And I see this free knowledge from the people will help to fill gaps in our design of programs and policies, because when you are planning projects, you stand risk of getting into problems. And if the local people there are willing to provide their knowledge to fill these gaps, to ensure that the processes, implementation goes smooth, why don't you accept such knowledge? So here in Antigua, how are we moving along? I would like to say thank you to UN ECLAC, the Secretariat. They have been reaching out, building capacities. I'd like to also say thank you to Miss Kate Wilson. She's listening right now from the government of St. Lucia, another country that has ratified. We see moving forward through building collaborations and cooperation. As she plans her webinars in her country with the media, with the Past Association, I can join. She invites me to join so I can hear the queries, the questions coming from these stakeholders. I'm not a lawyer, so I have to build capacities. You know, ECLAC is a people-centered process. That's the type of development we want, not just hotel buildings, you know, focusing on economics. We want development that impacts people. And Escazú provides this opportunity. So one of my roles is like a bridge builder. I take the knowledge, the information from the local groups, and I provide it to those at the policy making level. In addition, I function kind of as somebody behind the government's division responsible for ECLAC. I push from behind. I'm sending the minister's text. I'm pushing him on WhatsApp. What's happening? What about this meeting? What's the government's input? And so I've taken on a lot of roles and responsibilities, but you have to know what works in your small countries, because ECLAC is not going to be another convention like the others where we sign on, but we don't have action. Escazú gives us that voice, and that's what we need, because we have the solutions for the COVID, the climate change, the biodiversity, the pollution. They cannot be solved by vaccine. These solutions are going to come from our committed and dedicated people. And so there's so much to say, but I know time is going. And I just want to say, you need women bring strong leadership to the process. And with the Escazú Agreement, we have to build these platforms for dialogues. We have to bring people into the conversation. And so that is my commitment going forward. Thank you, Osprey, for giving me this opportunity to share. And we want to work with countries. Already I'm reaching out to some of the other islands who have not ratified, asking them how I and others who already ratified can support. We want to work as a team. We want our peoples to be knowledgeable. Two, we want to reduce conflicts. We want, at the end of the day, we have a development that is sustainable and includes people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth, for your incredible activism, your energy, and for reaching out and helping us all collaborate. Thank you so much for your comments. Really appreciate you being here. And now we're going to go to Tally from Brazil. You're on, Tally. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Osprey. Hello, everyone. I want to say thank you all that are listening to us on this Sunday. I know this is a not usual day to be in the computer listening for so many hours, but this is an important issue, and I'm really glad that there are people listening to us today. So I want to share a little bit about the struggle of Brazil right now. I know that we are discussing today a regional document, but in order to understand the needs and the gaps for the implementation and to organize ourselves for the event next year and to define those items to implementation, I think it's really important to understand, to have this moment to understand what is happening in each country, even though that not all of the countries in the region are already signing the agreement. So Brazil right now, and most of you I think know that we are on government by a man, a white man that decided to play with the country as it was, I don't know, his home. And we are suffering a lot of persecution, violation of our rights, and also we have projects of law that are going right now in the Congress that is really disrespecting our rights to the land, our rights to our ancestorhood, and our rights to the environment. But I mean, not only us as indigenous peoples, but in the future, we will see the effects for all the people, all the society. So what I want to bring attention for how we can maybe organize ourselves. Yes, Brazil is facing a lot of difficulty. We have a guy that is using the seat of president to pass a lot of messages of violence. And here in Brazil, even that we are facing the pandemic situation and not everyone is receiving the vaccine, with all of that, because we are having projects of law, especially one considered as time frame, in Portuguese, marco temporal, that is right now in the Congress, that is telling that our rights to the land are belonging, and I don't know if I can say this in English, but the right that belong to the land, it's considered only by a time frame that they decided. It's only when the Constitution was made. So every community, every nation, indigenous nation that was in the land before 1988 will not have the right for the land anymore, and they will open for agribusiness, for gold miners and other companies that want to explore this environment that is already preserved. So how we want to discuss agreement such important at Escazú that is bringing attention to the violation of human rights if we are having a different context, different political context in our countries. So this year, not only indigenous women, but indigenous peoples, we were really worried about what is happening here in Brazil and the silence of the society that is not paying attention, that is not supporting, or even the media that is not covering what is happening for real in the communities that is being under attack, and real literally, as Patricia shared, it's like really murders, like police, even the police as from the government, they arrive in our territories and shooting women's kids. And this, and that I'm sharing, is not only from the Amazon. My people, we are not from the Amazon, we are from the wetlands of Brazil. And it was considered already by Global Witness one of the dangerous places in the world to live. And it's not located in the Amazon, but not everyone paying attention to other environments that it's under attack as well. So these last months, and I don't know if it was shared in the media, unfortunately, as it should, but we have here during 3 weeks in Brazil a big camp for our rights and our lives. And I will translate the name, but I think you guys can look for it. It's Fighting for Life. I think I can translate like that, the camp. We were doing 3 days, 3 weeks with more than 6,000 indigenous from more than 130 different nations camping in Brazil for to show to the government and to show to society that we are not going to see our rights being destroyed without fighting, even though that we have to put our lives at risk to the COVID. And Brazil, you guys have seen, it's under, it's not controlled at all. But even though that we understanding the risks, the big risk would be not fighting, dying. At least at this way, we would die fighting for our lives and for the environment. So during these 3 weeks, one of the weeks specifically that I want to bring attention is was the week for the women's, the camp for the women's. And in this camp, we wanted to bring the attention for the other environments, not only Amazon, that it's under attack, for the agribusiness as well. And you guys have seen the last years, the big fires in the Amazon, in the wetlands as well. And once again, this year is happening, but since this is not new news for the community, for the communication and for the media, for the press, it's not shown as it should. But the good thing about this camp is to show for us indigenous women how we can organize themselves. And I think this is really important to think at the local and international level, that we need to bring attention and we need support for the society, for the governments, for the supporters to make this movement stronger and stronger. This is a movement independent of political initiatives. It came from us, and the need to talk not only with the non-indigenous society, but also with our men, because unfortunately, we are facing a lot of violence in our territories, not only with the Mother Earth, but with the women's. And we need to think how the indigenous women will be represented in this agreement. Because yes, we are a group that it's, and I don't like to use this expression, but unfortunately, we are in this situation that we are in the group risk of the violence, and we are in the front lines of the attacks that is happening in the environment. So I think we should, once again, using this moment, sorry, I got with the chat box, sorry. So I think you should use this moment to talk about the funding that we need. We will have COP right now. We are discussing how the implementation, a lot of agreements, but if we don't discuss how the funding will happen, because we have a historic reparation to do here. It's this agreement, it's such important for Latin America, but it needs to be seen and discussed by other countries as well, because we need support. If we are discussing about how the importance of the Amazon for the world, we need the world to get involvement also in the discussion of what's happening in Latin America. So the funding, that I said, the historical reparation, and also the communication. As I said about the march that happened here in Brazil, I have 28 years old. I grew up in the fighting for our rights because of my family. I was already involved, and I never have seen such a big manifestation, such a big number of relatives that were here camping with low resources, with non-support, and we could make it with a lot of relatives, and with the COVID protocols. We have low cases of contamination, but the fight, and especially for the youth, and this is, I want to end my sharing moment with you, but we need to bring attention and space for the youth to get involved. I think this implementation, not only we should mention the women specifically, and we have voice in this group, but also we should give space for the youth can be more involved. Because yes, we are talking about how we actual generation will save the future for the next ones, but we need to hear what are the future ones that is already coming, that are already here sharing this moment with us, what they are thinking. And I would say also as a youth, because normally we listen a lot from elders that we are not interested, that we're not involved, but we need to have space for that. We need to be encouraged by the adults, the older ones that are already being distracted for more years than us. And you know what I see in these camps, even though that we have threats, that we have cases of violence in the camp, the youth, it's really commitment and excited to do the changing happening now. And I think to think about the Escazú Agreement and think what is happening in our communities, we need to do this bridge to arrive the knowledge, as the other sister that was here sharing a little bit earlier about the technical process. This is not arriving in our communities. In the youth in our community are not aware what is the Escazú Agreement, are not aware how we can be involved or get involved for the implementation. So I think this bridge, it's really important. So if we are really looking, we are really seeking for a real implementation of this agreement that is so beautiful in the paper, but how come we can be beautiful also in the territories, in the bases where the violence is happening and it's not being notified and not being noticed, actually, sorry, it's not being noticed for the entire civil society. So let's think together. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Tali, for your really important remarks and being such an inspiration as a youth leader. I really appreciate you taking time, and also excited that you're on the steering committee with us on this, because like you said, a lot of these bridges need to be made. And, you know, we have been talking a lot about how we need to go into communities with workshops on the Escazú Agreement, as you said, so women are aware and the youth are aware of access to this tool. So it's from all angles, pushing the governments at the top level, but also people knowing that they have this mechanism and how to use it. And I'm going to be talking about that in a little bit at the closing of the session. You know, our multi-layered campaign that we are really honored to work with Carmen Capriles on, who I'm about to introduce, with Reacción Climática and WECAN working together on a multi-layered strategy, because it's going to take really pushing at all angles and an educational component so that women have this tool in their hand for their fight. And I just really wanted to commend you as well. I mean, I don't want to just skip over the point you made that in the middle of a pandemic, thousands of Indigenous women got together because their lives are on the line, risking COVID because the threat is so big. And, you know, just to really acknowledge and not just let us skip that point of the life and death struggle that's going on and the risks being taken, and to send our solidarity and let you know that we are with you in this fight, ongoing, committed, all the years to come, and to thank you for that. And now I'm going to hand the floor to my dear colleague, Carmen Capriles, the founder of Reacción Climática and the WECAN coordinator for Latin America and Bolivia. And Carmen, the floor is yours.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Osprey, for the presentation, and thank you to all my colleagues that already spoke. I want to kind of like give a small brief about what Escazú is and what is the importance, especially when we're talking about climate change, when we're talking about other environmental issues like biodiversity loss. The context in Latin America is very complex. And if you are fighting for any environmental cause, you may even have a death sentence. As speakers already told us, the numbers of killings in Latin America, like in countries like Colombia and Brazil, are outrageous. And what happens in the case of women environmental defenders? Well, the thing is that the worst stage of the harassment to environmental defenders is when they kill them. But actually, there is a whole process of harassing the environmental defenders that to put lawsuits, to put a number of legal things, and in order to stop the activists from doing their work. And I know Patricia Walinga, for example, and Maria Luisa, they both have experienced that persecution, which is awful because you cannot even, you don't have where to complain. And what happens is that when you are a women environmental defender, it's even worse because it's really hard to discredit you. So they're going to say that you are crazy, that you should go to your children, that you should go to your husband, that what are you doing there, that you're looking for something else. And in case something happens to you, it's going to be a passional crime. It's not even going to be, you're not going to even be killed as a woman or as a human rights and environmental defender. They are going to tell the story that it was something passional, it was something, because also the struggles and the fights of women go so underneath, and they give so little credit for their fights, because especially men leaders, they held those fights, and they are the ones that are on the front lines. And I think it takes a lot of courage, like Patricia and like Maria Luisa, to stand out for those struggles and to be in the front lines and to call for manifestations of women, for example, to have marches for women, for example. So that's the context that we're facing in Latin America, and it's not only Bolivia or Ecuador. We also have the same shame in the rest of the countries. So extractivism is ending our ways of life. Extractivism is ending our resources, and they are ending our resources faster than 500 years of colonization. So we are in a wheel that it's completely eliminating the Amazon, for example. As Tylee said, we have burned so much of the Amazon forest just to turn it into monocrops like soybean or livestock. That is finishing with water sources in the Amazon, but also because that water that is generated in the Amazon, when you burn this forest, they don't only become drier, but all this black carbon that it's emitted when you're burning the trees will settle on top of the glaciers. That's making glaciers more darker, and they are melting even faster, especially the face of the Andean mountains, which is in the east. And that's how climate change is working, and that's how most of our struggles are linked. And there is one struggle which is also very, very particular in Latin America, which is minery, and the pollution that minery is doing, and the fight of environmental defenders against the mining sector, which is a very, very strong sector. And that is one of the biggest fights that I think we are having in Latin America. We don't know how to deal with minery, because also minery, in most cases, is not leaving royalties for the countries or for the communities. They just go and turn it off, and probably they are not even from the country, and they are polluting with things like mercury, the water, or so on. So it's important to understand these struggles and what's behind all these struggles, and to support these women, because they are the ones that most of the time are going to be called liars, crazies, and any other adjective that you want. And well, the picture that you see is from one of the glaciers that gives water to my city, to La Paz, here in Bolivia. And I want to share a video. I hope we don't have any technical difficulties. And I hope you can all hear it clearly. Okay. Hello, my name is Carmen Capriles. Today is September 25. The Global Assembly of the Women for Climate Justice is just starting. And we decided to come to this beautiful glacier to show what climate justice looks like. This glacier is melting. All the lake that you see here is product of the melting of the glaciers due to global warming, among other lesser causes. And it's important that we make this urgent call of action against climate change, and we need to ask for stronger political will from the leaders to enforce political measures that can stop stop climate change and the melting of the glaciers and the other impacts that are happening worldwide that are threatening women and livelihoods. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, and over to you, Osprey.
Thank you so much, Carmen. What a wonderful presentation. And I really loved your video, just to say thank you for that. So this is really, as you can see, a really important conversation as we're talking about real practical ways to implement new policies that actually can have the kind of change that we need. Just to remind you, and I think, Catherine, you could put in the chat that in our call to action that we delivered to governments all over the world just a few days ago during the UN General Assembly, as well as to banks and asset management firms because of their role in extraction and a lot of these harmful activities in the communities that you're hearing about from Patricia and from Maria Luisa and from Tally, is that we are calling out the lack of respect for Indigenous rights and free from consent so that communities can say no. And we think the Escazú Agreement can really complement that and help push that agenda forward as well, but also calling for governments that there has to be a stop to the criminalization of land defenders. It's just beyond heartbreaking. It's outrageous. It's completely outrageous. People standing up for their water and their land and their forests being criminalized and harmed. So we're very dedicated to the Escazú Agreement, the incredible work that all of these very powerful leaders and speakers have presented to you about. And I just wanted to show a little bit of the multifaceted strategy of the implementation of the agreement that we're working on collectively with all the women here, but especially that Carmen and I have been working on, which is one, education for women land defenders about the agreement. As Tally said, we need to go into the community so that the women are aware of their rights with the Escazú Agreement. So that's one part, is the education. And two, arranging for and collaborating with attorneys to assist in developing the most effective plans for implementation of the Escazú Agreement country by country, because every country, of course, has laws, but how does the Escazú Agreement fit into that? And so we're working with attorneys to really define explicitly how this law can be implemented. We are identifying pro bono attorneys in LAC countries to assist women land defenders, because let's say there's a violation. How are these frontline women land defenders, Indigenous women, supposed to suddenly be able to have grievance mechanisms and be able to have an attorney to defend them and to present their case? So we need a way for them to have access to attorneys. And then the fourth component is advocating with LAC governments for strong implementation of the agreement, as was said earlier on by some of the speakers about actually how these mechanisms are going to work, the meeting that will happen in 2022, and how we're going to push there. So we're really honored to work with all of these women on this campaign and really see that we need to implement this at a multi-layered and multifaceted strategy for true success. With that, it has been a very full day, and I did want to, we don't have a lot of time, but I really wanted to honor Patty Gualinga, and also hear again from Maria and Tally, and just let the three of you have any last comments you wanted. I honor all of the speakers, but we are sort of at the closing of time, and I just wanted to give the women who have been really on the front lines an opportunity for anything that they wanted to say before we close out, and to again practice what we believe in, which is, you know, having the voices of the frontline leaders be front and center. So I would really be honored, Patty, if you're still with us, Maria, if you're still with us, and Tally, if you just wanted to have any closing comments before we end this particular really important panel. Patty, are you there?
Sí, Osprey, estoy aquí todavía. Realmente yo creo que el esfuerzo global, el esfuerzo que estamos haciendo es muy importante. Nosotros estamos haciendo el rol desde nuestro territorio, pero el esfuerzo de también presionar a los gobiernos para que cumplan con los acuerdos que se comprometen es importante. Entonces, es importante toda esta red de apoyo que se puede generar para que los estados se sientan presionados, se sientan visibles y no sigan arremetiendo contra defensores y defensoras de derechos humanos. Igual en la lucha para defender la Amazonía. Tiene que haber un compromiso global, un compromiso de todos. Ya sabemos que el Congreso Mundial de la UICN dice que hay que salvar el 80% de la Amazonía, pero necesitamos que esos acuerdos sean efectivos. Necesitamos que esos acuerdos sí se cumplan dentro de nuestros países. Y cuando no se cumplen, ahí estamos nosotros, siempre en la línea de frente, con nuestros hijos, con nuestras mamás, con nuestros esposos, tratando de que esta Amazonía, que es vital para la humanidad, siga siendo conservada. Invitamos a todas a estar en este compromiso, vigilantes, defendiendo desde nuestros espacios, estos espacios vivientes como es la selva amazónica. Muchas gracias, Osprey y hermanas que están en este panel.
Thank you so much, Patricia, for your work, and we stand with you as always and send love to you and your family. And Maria Luisa, would you like to have a closing comment? Thank you.
Sí, muchas gracias por la oportunidad que se me otorga. Yo quisiera que los gobiernos actuales en los países, especialmente latinoamericanos, se puedan poner la mano al pecho, que piensen como humanos, que hagan justicia por la madre tierra y que dejen de perseguirnos, porque no solamente nos enjuician, nos amenazan de muerte, no solamente somos perseguidas por los mineros y por las mismas autoridades vigentes. El tema también es de que nosotros necesitamos que nuestros hijos sean bien educados, que hagamos una currícula, que entre en la currícula la defensa de la madre tierra, que nuestros niños se sensibilicen también por la defensa, por la vida que es el agua. El manejo de residuos sólidos es muy importante. Por esa razón es de que yo pido especialmente al gobierno de Bolivia y a los alcaldes, alcaldesas que tenemos recientes, flamantes, que van a tener 5 años de trabajo en nuestro país, en cada uno de los municipios. Les pido que trabajen y pongan énfasis en el manejo de residuos sólidos, en la defensa del medio ambiente y en la educación ambiental y la defensa de derechos humanos de todos y de todas a nivel mundial. Desde Bolivia, mi saludo y mi cariño para todas las compañeras defensoras de medio ambiente y fuerza a seguir adelante.
Thank you so much. And we'll give the last word to Tally, our youth. And again, Ruth, Carmen, Andrea, all the speakers have been amazing. I'm just wanting to give those on the front lines with their bodies a chance to say their last words. So please go ahead, Tally, and we'll close out with the youth voice, this amazing session.
Thank you, Osprey, and thank you all that are listening to us until now. I just want to bring attention again and maybe to invite you all that are listening to us and to involve in the fight that we are fighting now. Don't think that just because we are distant that we cannot engage in this fight. There is many ways that you in your city, in your home can involve, especially through communication. So get informed what is happening. We have right now the internet and a lot of indigenous collectives of communication that are using the Instagram, TikTok, and all the social medias to tell the world what the traditional media is not telling. So I could, maybe you guys can look for Instagram. I can maybe share it later, but I would say to follow alternative communications channels. And we, as youth, we have a lot of indigenous influencers that are sharing their stories, and the fights is a good way to be in the loop what is happening, and also to educate yourself. And by that, I mean, get informed in other ways, in other sequences, not only in the social media, but to get involved in a more efficient way, let's say like that, because what we have as unique individuals We have each one a knowledge, a gift that we can use to save this world. And I want to invite you all to have this conscience of who you are, what is your gift, and what is your knowledge, and how you can help our fight that is the same fight for all the living beings. Thank you.
Thank you. So beautiful. Our youth are sometimes the wisest. So thank you for your beautiful words. And to Patricia Gualinga, Andrea Sanjueza, Maria Luisa Rafael, Ruth Spencer, who's just such an incredible fighter, Patricia Madriel Cordero, Tali, Carmen Capriles. I so deeply respect all of you. I am so honored for this work. I know it's really important and how much you've dedicated yourselves to this fight for the Escazú Agreement and your communities. And we will continue this conversation. I'm glad we could share it, you know, with this community during the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, because a lot of people were not aware about the Escazú Agreement and the fight on the front lines in the LAC region. And you have done, all of you, an amazing job of sharing with us this important work as we make our way through the climate crisis, colonization, racism, and patriarchy. And this is one of those nodes of policy that we can work with to transform our future. So thank you very much for joining us, and we will continue our dialogue and our work together, onward together. Thank you for joining us today. Deeply respect all of you. I want to now move us to our closing and thank you everyone for joining us today in the second of 6 days of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice. Please be welcome to participate with us over the next days. We have set up a Facebook page as a conversation platform where you can network with each other and share your work and find collaboration partners. And we're putting that link into the chat now. And people have been finding each other there and collaborating and connecting. And it's one of the things that, you know, we wanted to do by having this 6-day event is that people learn about each other's work, and you can find entry points, or maybe you're working on something that's similar to someone else where you can collaborate, whether it's in your community and region or in a theme or topic that's interesting for you or you're working in already and you want to connect with other leaders in that field. So please continue to use this space to connect with each other and build power together. Also, as I've been mentioning, we have our call to action that has been delivered to governments and financial institutions. That link is in the chat, but we're collecting more signatures because we're going to be bringing it to COP26. And that way you can also have your organization, or if you want to sign individually, bring your voice to the COP26 climate negotiations happening in November. So this closes our session for today, and we're really excited about the days ahead as we have this very full, true, diverse plethora of voices of women and two-spirit and gender diverse leaders from all over the world collecting to demand climate justice now, that we need to act now. And that's why we're coming together, because we have the solutions and we need to implement them, support each other, and collect together. And we're going to close out with some music, so we have some artistry and some energy to lift us up at the end of the day. And we're going to go ahead and share that music now for those of you who want to stay tuned in for some inspiration from musical artists as we close out our day. Thank you very much.